Hello, everybody.
Hello.
How are
Hi.
you?
Thanks for having us on.
Absolutely.
This
We got a
is
group
exciting.
today, so we're going to hang out and solve all the problems of the world in a couple of hours or 2 or 3.
Woohoo.
Allegra, hello. How are you?
I said hi.
CMS. Yes, still 5 Central. I don't know what's going on with notifications. I noticed something too cool, Frog. I got unsubbed from you somehow. Again.
Told you.
So, and even though I'm a member, I got unsubbed from you. So it's just so weird.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with YouTube.
Every day I go up one,
That's
down one,
normal.
up one, down one, up
Yeah.
one, down one.
Yeah, that's normal. I seriously, I'm like, oh sweet. I mean, like 1,021 or something or whatever.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I wake up and I'm like, it says 1,019, and I'm like,
It's like, what the heck? Yeah. Instant Karma. Hello, hello, hello. How are
again.
you? Cat Ninja. We got her again. Diane Loftus. Hello. Cool
Hi,
deal. Yeah.
everyone.
Frog Army Raid. W Daisy Girl Williams. Thank you. Yeah. Check out the subs. Yeah. If you like a certain YouTuber, even if you're on their streams or listen to their videos all the time, because I catch most of Cool Frogs, including the replays, it just decides that it's going to unsub you and then you don't get the alerts. Lori M, hello. Hello, hello, and welcome. Cool
My
deal.
feed is full of people that I don't subscribe to.
See, how is that
I
even?
I don't get it.
Really?
Yeah. It'll
How is that
take
even
like
the
the
thing?
lives. If I have a Cool Frog live that I'm looking for, you know where it is?
Yeah.
All the way at the bottom. I gotta scroll.
That's
And
That
then it's
makes
like,
no sense whatsoever.
Nope.
At all.
Nope.
But
All
that's
like
happened several
do
times.
it
I mean,
yourself projects. I don't look that stuff up.
no.
So it's just like I'm like not interested. I keep
But
doing
the one
that now.
thing
Not
that you do
interested. Not
almost on a
interested.
daily
Not interested.
basis is all the way down at the bottom. There you go.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It seems like it gives me, I don't know, like cat videos. I like cat videos, but I don't like cats, and I don't look up anything on cats. So
Somebody tried telling me that I was shadow banned. So
I wouldn't
I
be
was shadow banned on
surprised.
Twitter.
Yeah,
I'm
I
shadow
wouldn't be
banned.
surprised.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Were you?
I put a video up, and I tagged Eliza Blue in it, and I got one view in 17 hours.
That's like when I did.
One view.
Remember when Christopher
I did it on
Boozy
purpose.
said that Nate, the lawyer, didn't have a law degree and wasn't licensed? And I found his license in like 10 seconds. So I commented, here's his license, here's his number. I didn't get any views for like a week after that, after he banned me. So yeah, I believe it because I was one of the first ones that called him like, you're a researcher, but I found this in 3 minutes. So, or under 3 minutes. Squad Bob, hello. Squad Bob, being cautious around cats. That's always a good thing to be. I love cats, so don't go around saying Tish hates cats. Tish doesn't hate cats. But if I had a cat, it would not be long for this world in my house, I'm afraid. Dog foster mom, hello. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. We are.
Yes, thank you.
Let's see. I don't think I missed anybody. Very excited. So last week I had some pretty heavy content. So this week I decided to have some fun instead. And luckily, Shelly and Vicki were more honored me by deciding to come on. And of course, Cool Frog, you guys know he's one of my favorites. Instant Karma, that's why you got shadow banned. Yeah. Yeah, they say it's not a thing, but I totally believe that it's a thing. Squad Bob, we got to get the band back together. Yeah. So I had to leave you guys. I was telling Shelly and Vicki, my 30-year-old son has figured out what being an adult is now. He come over in a panic because he did his income taxes. And, mom sometimes does knows what she's talking about. He changed jobs, didn't fill out that lovely little W-4 right, and he ends up owing the government $2,000. So he has figured out that taxes is a scam and it's a bunch of crap. I'm like, yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you. So he's got more of a tax bill than he was planning on. So I had to jump off for a few minutes.
You're like, I'm telling you. I've been telling you for a long time. Stop it.
Stop it. Yeah, exactly. Squad bot only 9. Let's get him up.
Adulting is hard.
Adulting is hard. You know how that you always wanted to grow up and be an adult?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how stupid I was as a kid.
It's like,
you
no.
see, my daughter owes money too. You know how many people are going to be like, "Oh, I owe money."
especially this year.
Wait, how much money was spent by the U.S. government in the last 2 years?
Yeah, no
Think
joke.
about it.
I wonder how much it costs to bring a stupid balloon down. Darth Hideous, all taxation is theft. Mr. Terrible, hello. I never withhold. I always pay at the end of the year. Yeah, well, you know, Gen X knows how to find a good accountant. Yeah, I
they all
mean,
come to me.
yeah, exactly. It's like, but it's like, when you're the mom, it's kind of like, yeah, mom, you don't know anything. Well, he's figured out I know a lot more than he thought I did lately. Something about that whole turning 30 thing. So he's like, yeah, taxes done and refund coming. I'm just glad when I don't have to, like, if I can break even, I'm good. Because I don't really want to give them a loan.
I mean,
yeah,
you can look at it, you're like, yes, I get a refund.
right.
It's exactly that. It's a refund. It means that you spent too much. You paid too much to the government, and they're giving you it back. They're like, oh, hey,
but if
now
you
that we
owe
held on to
them,
it for the full year, here you go.
yeah, if you owe them, they're going to charge you 4% interest. So it's like, that doesn't
Been
make
there, done
why
that.
let them keep your money all year, though withholding is even more submission. I agree, but I do find, and I've Shelly can tell you, I've been in the business a while. I do find that younger people tend to not be as disciplined to hold that money back. So they end up with a tax bill and they don't have the money. So if he'd done what I said, he would have been at zero. But
No, yeah, you really have
they
to
want
know
it in their
what
hand
you're claiming
as soon as they
money.
make it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, wait, the new W-4s ask, do you have a spouse that's working? And that's the piece that they messed up because they wouldn't know, but they were thinking, he thought, well, I thought that meant, was she going to get a second job? I'm like, no, that meant, did she have a job, period? So,
no.
yeah, I kind of learned. ID crisis, get that small home-based business going. You can deduct square footage. Yeah. Instant karma, we did get audited last year. Yeah, I bet that wasn't fun.
Oof.
Not at all. Not at all.
I got audited 2006. Ugh.
Yeah, I haven't.
Because
My
H&R
company
Block
did,
my
but I
taxes.
didn't. Oh yeah, yeah. I can do them, but my dad still owns a Jackson Hewitt, so usually I just use their software and do it.
It was the only time I didn't do my own, and it was the only time I ever got audited. So it was like,
really,
mm-hmm.
Probably because you'd always done your own, and then they saw something different, and then it's like, oh wow. No, it wasn't since H&R did our taxes. Okay. Good deal. Gotcha. All right, let's see who else I'm missing. I don't think I missed anybody. Cool. So, did Darth Hideous talk to you guys? We were talking on Cool Frog's stream about how just kind of needed to put the U.S. in regions and let us kind of work it out amongst ourselves. Did he convince you, Shelly?
No.
No.
No. No. I see too many problems with that.
Yeah.
And I'm not one for change. It's like, I know what I got. Can we work within that kind of framework? Change things
work with
within
what we got.
Yeah, like
Mr.
I don't
Terrible,
want to break off from fellow states. I mean, that means something to me.
No, I think part of it too is that, and we were talking about this is actually what kind of got my thoughts about having the stream, because I think it was on your channel. We were all talking about the way every little thing seems like such a big drama anymore, where it's,
good Lord.
if I think differently than you, then all of a sudden you're this bad person.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're supposed to think differently from each other.
They're like, you thought different, you're now racist. And it's like, oh, jeez.
They love their labels.
Yeah, or all. I hate when I hear all and they. My mom used to tell me, if they don't exist. Who are they? Yeah.
If
just
they
let the
jump
South
off a
rise
bridge, are you
again
gonna?
and everything will get better. Squad Bob, do you actually live in the South? Because I think if you lived here, you might rethink that thought. Just saying. And plus, a lot of people now that decided to live in the South, and particularly Tennessee, are from California anyway.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, it's like it's
I was
very rare.
Pretty soon you'll have legalized weed then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you just start the stream? Yeah, I started just a few minutes ago. No problem. Scott's said he'd be on here in a little bit. So he did have some computer problems last night. I think we were on until about 1 on another channel, and bless his heart. the computer gods are not looking. Hey, Divinity, how are you?
Yeah.
What's up? Instant Karma got legal weed already. Not everybody in the South does. We don't. It makes too much money. Darth Hideous, build the wall. Build the wall where, though? That's the thing. Where would
Around
you
my
draw your
house.
lines?
I was going to say right outside my door.
I mean,
Build
other
it right
than
there.
but then that's it. Everybody's going to want it right outside their door, right? And I mean, you know.
that's the society we've become.
Yeah.
We don't go out and socialize with each other anymore. We isolate.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true
Mission
because where
accomplished.
I am up here in North Idaho, we do a lot of socialization. I mean, everybody, I live in a ski area, so there's always something going on. And during the summertime, it's a lake area, so there's always something going on. There's
I wonder
always
if where you
something going
think you
on.
want to be is where you want to be. So, you know, example, I had a friend, I met someone at work in New Jersey, and she's like, how many cows do you have? And I'm like, what? She's like, how many cows do you have? I'm like, I'm from Nashville. And she said, yeah, how many cows do you have? And how many pairs of cowboy boots do you have? And I'm like, I don't own a pair of cowboy boots, and I don't own a cowboy hat. I think I have like,
how dare you stereotype?
I don't even have a belt that has a belt buckle or anything. So I mean, when you think
my gosh,
about it,
I do.
Not even I have that.
But that's okay. But it's like where you think you might want to be might not actually be where you want to be if you spend some time there. So
that's true because people from California come up here to the north in the summertime, and they're like, oh, let's buy some land, let's build a house, and all this, and then it snows. And they're like, we don't like this no more.
Well, here, if you don't like the weather, just wait, because we've had all of it in a week. We've had sun, snow, kind of all of it. Miss Kelly, I'm subscribed, but I had a hard time finding you today. Yeah, I changed the thumbnail a couple of times because we kept having more people coming on, but then I just decided to leave it like it was. And say, anybody wants to come on can come on. Let's just all kind of hang out and talk. So just like last night, we were all on a stream earlier before Cool Frog even came on, and having a difference of how people saw a certain situation. Nobody's yelling at each other, hating each other over it. No. But if you look, it's like, I don't know. It's insane.
But yeah, it's gotten pretty far than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Well, people are so rigid now. They're not willing to bend or to like be open to somebody else's opinion. And it's like, it gets on my nerves. And it's not all people, obviously, but the majority of
a
the
lot
loud
of people that you see and you hear. Like, I don't know. My family can't decide where we're going to go to dinner most of the time. Let alone, I mean, usually I just give up and say, okay, we're going to the first place we find on the right is where we're going. But I mean, let alone because we agree with one thing that all of a sudden we agree with all of it. Dog foster mom said, I'd love to move out to California, but I'm too old to adjust to snow, humidity, and heat. Don't come to Tennessee either then, because we get ice, humidity, and heat.
Or Jersey.
And we don't know how to drive in it either. We play bumper cars and all of those, even if it's a sunny day. So you may want to be a little careful. So, yep. T-Rox, I'm so glad you're here. She's not been feeling really well lately. Squad Bob, you are as rigid as a rock. Okay.
So happy to see you, T-Rock.
Yes, very happy to see you come out. 100%. So, let's see. I think I got everybody. I'm having to go to 2 different screens because it's not wanting to behave. All right. Cool deal. I'm seeing. I got a message from Scott. Hang on. Yeah, he'll be on a little bit.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Last night was a lot of back and forth.
Last night was a whole lot of back and forth.
But I thought it was good. I mean, it was good.
Hang on. Here's Divinity.
Yay.
Hello.
Hello,
my friend.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
Good.
Good.
I mean, yeah.
Sorry I'm late. A little tardy here.
Late's okay. Late's okay. It's, seems like I just talked to you a few hours ago.
Yeah.
Which is about right.
That was I had so much fun last night. I had to leave at the end because my real life got busy, but that was a lot of fun. I loved having more people on panel than in chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
That was
that
fun.
Real life thing, right? It's like,
yeah, it gets
seriously?
annoying.
Yeah. So, moved to coastal Georgia. It's only twice in 14 years. I guess she's saying that it snows. So, Darth, you can come on.
Everything.
You can come on. I keep telling you that.
He said it would be like 45 minutes.
Okay. Because he was like, you didn't invite me. I'm like, I've invited you 3 times, dude. I hate that too, Tish. Quote unquote, you voted for Trump. That means you want to sleep with Stormy Daniels. Yeah, that's the brush of politics. Yeah.
Do you know I voted for Trump and couldn't tell anybody?
Really?
Nobody. Yep.
Really?
And he won. So it was like,
that's weird.
I was like, shit.
Well, I think a lot of people, CMS, what was going on last night, we just kind of got on one subject and then got on a different to different. We had a lot of people on the panel. So when you get a lot of people interacting. So why did you think you couldn't tell anybody? Just more
no, I
people
couldn't.
You knew?
No, it's not that I thought. I knew. This is a purely Democratic city. They're all Democrats. And I'm a registered Democrat. But when Trump was up, I was tired of the same crap. Yeah. I wanted something new. I liked that he was brash. I liked that he forged ahead. I knew he was aggressive because, hello, I'm from Hoboken. I've had to deal with Donald Trump for many, many decades. You know, he's very in our face. And I just liked that air that he had about him, that he wasn't going to do the politician thing. Like, he wasn't going to say, well, you know, here's the red tape. I have to deal with this. He just cut right through it.
Well, and a CEO is used to, even if there's red tape, everybody around you tries to make it look like there's not, or they move it for you, one of the two.
But he's a demanding person. Yeah. And it's very, very hard to say no to him. People usually don't. And I thought that's what we needed.
Yeah. Now it's kind of...
But then he got, you know, with the whole thing and being locked in my house and seeing him all day, every day. No, it was like, okay, I'm done. It was too much. It was too much.
Trump is a social liberal from Manhattan, natural choice for a blue state if you don't follow the propaganda. Yeah. He's demanding. She's saying Trump's demanding because he's got that CEO. Running. Yeah, he's got that CEO mentality. Yeah. But, yeah, the funny thing about a lot of them, if someone would just take their phones away and they would quit talking, they would be a whole lot better off. Dog fought 2018. The thing with Trump is his ego would force him to accomplish what he said he would do, unlike any other politician. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what I grew up around.
Like him or hate him, he didn't really care. So
yeah, no.
Yeah. It wasn't about the next thing. But I don't know. Yeah. I am still thinking they ought to instill a none of the above try again button, meaning we don't like anybody you're putting up, so please go back and try again.
Try again. Yeah.
It's like, it's just absolutely, yeah, none of the above, you got to pick somebody else. Just because
they should do that during the primary so that they have time to pick somebody else.
Yeah, no joke. It's like, I mean, when you think about it, both of them, I mean, how old are both of them? They're in their 80s, aren't they? That's the last thing I would want to do if I'm sorry, Biden or Trump. That's the last thing I'd want to do if I'm in my 80s is go run this place.
I don't remember how long ago it was, but they need to go back in time and actually go back to when the loser became the vice president.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That happened for like 2 presidents, right?
Yeah, it was Washington and
Madison. No, not Madison.
No.
Adams.
Adams, and then Madison, Adams,
Jefferson.
And Jefferson. Yeah, because Burr got the vice presidency. Yeah. And I think that was when they changed it. Like that idea, Tish. Yeah, none of the above. Okay, kind of like you've gone through tryouts and now we said no and you need to go completely back and start it over again. It's insanity. Because I can't. I just can't. Just can't. So let's see. Feels like I'm always choosing the least worst candidate. Yeah, I think that's all of us. And the other thing is, if you say, everybody's afraid to say, oh, I voted for Biden because of this list of things. Everybody has a list of things that matters to them. And it may not be what you think. I've got a cousin that, you know, she's very, very anti-abortion. And anyone who's anti-abortion, that's who she's going to vote for, no matter what anything else is, right? That is her one, one driving thing, right?
You got to weigh those out.
Yeah, that's her one driving thing. But a lot of people have that one driving thing, meaning they look at what they're saying and what's good for my family. I don't know that most people are either one at the end of the day. It's like you can't say if I vote Republican, I'm for every single thing the Republicans say, because I'm not. Or if I vote Democrat, I'm for all of it. And I think Twitter's worse. Let's see. Whoops. Laura, women's rights are a big issue. Yeah, and that's another thing we were kind of talking about is it feels like, I don't know about anybody else, but it feels to me like we're going a little backwards, but not in the way that
not in a good way.
Not in the way you might think. Meaning, it may be just kind of the people that I'm around or the things I watch, but it seems like as far as we're setting men up to always be the bad guy and always, every little thing. But the other thing for females, we're getting where we can't win. I mean, if I listen to one more channel where they talk about everything on the world is a single mom's fault, which is one of my hot buttons.
Yep,
right?
that's one of
I think I'm going to throw my shoe.
Ones.
Yeah, because here's the thing. And then here's the thing. These are some people that I know and know well. I say, wait, I was a single mom. Well, I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, they always say that.
Yeah, you are. Because you're talking about the last 50 years. In the last 50 years, single moms have done X, Y, and Z. So yeah, I'm 50. So I was a single mom in the time frame you're talking about. And this, if you listen to it, it's almost like there's zero hope if you're a single mom. And I'm like,
yeah.
But they don't want to give credit for everything. They want to blame us for everything, but they don't want to give credit for everything.
But they act like we set out to do this all on our own. We didn't. Yeah. We didn't want it to be, 2-3 times as hard as it was going to be already.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's just, it makes me insane. We were listening to, what's his name? I think no, close. Bronca.
Very
he said, and Bronca's not wrong on everything, but when he said something about, stepfathers always resent their stepkids, I think
that's not true.
My husband ignores me on YouTube. Okay. He usually ignores everything I'm watching, but he caught that and he's like, who is this idiot? It's like maybe you resented or somebody resented you, but that's not always the case. My son's got a stepson that he absolutely adores. I mean, it's not always like that.
My stepfather was the only person who ever gave me unconditional love. My own mother didn't give me that, and he did. So I mean, that I just said, I'm going to stay quiet. Let me stay shut.
I guess the problem is while it seems like fun, some people will listen to that and think there's absolutely no hope, and I'm
it's screwed, like gospel,
and I've caused all this stuff, and I'm like, no, you haven't. There was a time when politicians were not meant to be lifers. True. A couple years then back into regular life, they would vote differently when they knew they had to live under the laws they created. Yep. Or they could vote different if so many things were not attached to the bills that have nothing to do with the bill that they're looking at. You can say, I want to feed everybody under 5 years old. And then there's something like, I want to release 1 million balloons every day would be attached to that bill. It's like, it makes no sense. Darth said they sure all repeal the 19th. Nope.
The pork that's put in all these bills lately or whatever is ridiculous.
No, thanks.
There's a lot. There's a lot of it, and it takes a long time for you to actually read through it and actually understand what they're actually doing. And even myself can't make it through all of it. It's just like, what in the world? Why are they doing this to us?
Well, and then you get your news from Divinity said a really good thing last night about, if you don't have time to research, make sure you know somebody that does. My birth mother was getting really upset over some government program that she thought was putting chips in kids, but what it was is the Children's Health Impact Program. It had to do with school lunches. It had nothing to do with that, but they picked up the word, and on social media, it was and she's incredibly intelligent. It was not that, but they took that, and in the news articles were saying, see, they're going to put chips in. I'm like, okay. Not saying that they're not thinking about that, but that's not what this says. If you actually go read it.
That's what's frustrating to me is that I am such a conspiracy buff. I like to figure out where the root of truth of these things came from. And usually you can find it. Yeah. Like even chemtrails, there are things you can find that are like, "Ooh, look at this and look at this. That's interesting." Like, tell me again, it's not real. But at the end of the day, the stuff that we hear most of the time, the weird stuff, it drowns it out. So to me, I'm like, let's sort through some of this weird shit. Let's make sure this can either be disregarded or really looked at, and like, let's stop saying the dumb shit when there's real shit. I didn't mean to curse on your show. Do you?
You're fine. I don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. But,
I don't care. You're fine.
Okay. It's just frustrating, I guess.
Well, and it's like I was saying, I think the big thing, and we were talking about the JDAH trial. I'd heard of Johnny Depp, sort of, had never heard of her at all. Didn't even intend to watch it, but I had a granddaughter staying with me, and she got to watching it. But then she was looking on her social media, and she's like, "Wait, that's not what they just said. Wait, that's not what. No, that's not right." And I think the big thing that has brought out even more. Some of us have known it for a long time, but what the media tells you and what's actually happened is very, very different a lot of times.
That was the nail in the
coffin. But I think a lot of people know that now. I think that's why it's a little bit bigger than just them.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I was going to ask Tish if she said that's what did it for her. So you were able to go through all 4 years of Trump without any of that doing it for you?
No, there's a lot of it. I've never believed it to start with. I grew up in politics.
Oh, did I say Tish? I keep calling Shelly Tish. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah,
we're interchangeable, you and I.
Shelly and I switch names a lot, so which is fine. But yeah, I never, kind of my background. I grew up in politics, so my dad was a judge.
Yeah. I didn't mean to direct that question at you.
Worked for Bill Boner. Yeah. I know that half the stuff we see is not what's actually going on. I've known that, but a lot of people didn't. Shelly, what about you?
I grew up around mafiosos and crooked politicians, so I knew not to trust the government and that things happen in back rooms, deals and stuff like that. But as far as the media, we always had just the newspaper, and you had the 5 o'clock news. They didn't do sensational stories. They just told you the news. You got the weather, then the sports. Oh, look, Archie Bunker's on.
But the media played a huge role in what the people believed about what was going on politically.
I never thought about it because I didn't really like a half-hour news. What's it going to tell me? So just okay. I took it like, all right, they're reporting it, must be true, because they used to get in trouble for false reporting.
Yeah.
I just, I mean,
a lot of people thought
Dan Rather got in trouble for that.
The whole reputation because of it.
There's always been media spin, right? But at least they had.
I knew about propaganda.
Sides, even if the other side was stupid, they still had to show two different sides. And with all of the so-called, news organizations and some of the people that they go after, it's insane. Laura Christine, hello. Same here. I'm 50. I can't believe we're here. Feels like we already did this. And we should know better. Yeah. I mean, I said last night, I think you still have younger kids too. I don't know how you're doing it. Anyone who says that, and a cool frog, I know you've got a younger one now too, the tadpole. Anyone who says it's not harder to raise kids now is not paying attention.
Well, no, the dangers are mounting.
What were you saying?
I homeschool my youngest, and then I have 2 in college, and then one that's still in like public school in high school, and he's there's no way I'm gonna be able to pull him out and homeschool him. But yeah, I don't know what is meant when it means that it's harder now, because you have so many influences.
And I think that's part of it. You have so many influences, which some of it's a good thing, right? Because we were talking about Eliza Blue in particular last night, and how she grew up in the 500-acre farm and little isolated. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that there's a lot of information at your fingertips. But the problem is there's so much information at your fingertips. How the heck do they even know what to listen to and not listen to when you've got major news organizations acting like the Inquirer used to?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I grew up on, the Inquirer. My mom would bring it home.
Yeah. We
I was
expected the propaganda around elections, but normally you expect.
Other than that, it just kind of. I was talking to Mark Shaw.
It's everything.
He's a reporter that covered O.J. Simpson. He worked with some pretty big people, but he was saying that, there's always been this backstory behind things, but like with JFK, right? There were always women coming in and out of the White House. Yeah. They didn't report on it. And guess what? It doesn't really matter when it came to anything else. So his take on it's always been kind of interesting. I hope I'm going to be able to have him back on soon. Let's see. Oh, God. Most people choose their battles and what's important. It's about choosing lesser evil or more important, feel regressing, and it's sad and scary. Well, we were talking about that last night too. And Divinity, keep me honest on the way I repeat that. But they were saying, one of the guys was saying, okay, well, what if you could go back and you could somehow end Hitler, right? To where World War II would have never happened.
I remember this
but I
conversation.
would you or would you not? And I was kind of like, okay, but let's think about that a second. The answer for a lot of people would be an automatic yes, but you don't know what that ripple effect's going to be going on. It could be that you just made it worse.
Right.
Right. So, let's
what
see.
if one of the people that passed before is the person who creates like the biggest global killer and we just save them?
He is. We know.
Trump?
Yeah. Vaccine boy 2024 of us.
Didn't that actually happen with him? That he was
Operation Warp Speed was Trump. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, Adolf.
We didn't throw up the loaf back. Yeah, and I'm one of those weird people that legitimately remember. I fall into that Mandela effect category where I legitimately remember things that other people remember but didn't actually happen. So it's kind of one of those weird things too. Like I distinctly remember when I was told Nelson Mandela died way before he did. And if, I bet you I could pass a lie detector test on that. But I know that's not true, but it doesn't mean that the memory's not still there.
Yeah.
So, whoops. Not true at all. I think she's talking about the step parent thing. My husband took on my daughter and she changed his name to hers. Yeah, and I get it's for the grift and it's for the drama and it's to get chat going, it's to get the super chats going, but
I think he has trauma.
I do worry about the people that, because you know, a lot of people, you can say 1,000 people could say something positive and the one person negative is what they listen to. So
it's true.
Let's see. I love being an independent. Yeah, that would best describe me, I think. T-Rock says, always easy to blame, but so hard to praise. So blame is quickly dishes out, whereas the recognition is hard won and rarely given when deserved. Or it's overgiven. It's something so small, which is great, but not necessarily, life-changing. And then we blow up about that. Laura Christine, I feel like society is changing faster and I bite my tongue, but many of our older politicians aren't up to date. No. And not only they're not up to date, they're continuing to want that old will to go through. Nashville is a great example.
Is completely different than what's actually
Nashville has
happening.
never elected a Republican mayor in the entire time that it's been incorporated, but yet the state generally goes Republican. So it's one of those things where you get that culture ingrained in, right? And I'm not saying Democrat, that's good that they have a Democrat every year, but they never have had a Republican ever. But yet if you ask them, never, not one. Apparently I'm supposed to be doing dishes. No, T-Rox, let the dishes go. IR, it's all just reality TV. Yeah, when Scott Cardinal comes on, his thoughts on the computer simulation are kind of interesting too. Hey, White Rabbit. Hey guys, listening while driving. Hey. Love seeing her. Yeah, be careful driving. Hopefully we won't get you too distracted. Daddy, husband, government assistance, women skipping over hubby. Okay, now I'm just not gonna even.
I mean, when you get into some of those thoughts and you start bringing government assistance, women skipping over hubby. Women have been skipping over husbands for quite a while now. Just because it's easier. It's easier for them to just go raise the family by themselves because the government's going to pay for it. The government's going to hand out whatever you want. As long as you apply.
Also, it doesn't work like that.
But also, just to push back on that cool frog, we've got men that don't understand what responsibility is more than we've ever.
Ma'am.
I get that. I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
We're all about respect for us, and we're all about. And sometimes, to be honest, there are some situations where I'm going to be honest with you. If I had stayed with my son's dad, life would have been a whole lot harder. It was a whole lot easier, even though I had to work 2 jobs.
Then I got to raise somebody else's son.
Yeah, I had to work 2 jobs a lot and go to school and raise him. And you know what? I'm friends with my ex. We are actually really good friends, but I would do it all over again because we might not have survived that. So, like, literally. So, I mean, I hear you, but a lot of times there's just not any other options.
No, and I get that. Some people have no options. They have no choices on certain certain things like that.
Instant Karma, your email. I don't have an email from you, so I'm not sure if you want to resend it, if that was to me or not. But you see where I'm going. We don't talk response. I mean, I'll be the first one to call my sons out if they're acting like idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But do you admit that there are things that you can't teach him that your husband would have to teach him?
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's a big problem because there's a difference between co-parenting.
But I did the best I could, and I'm tired of people shitting on me because they're like, "Oh, you didn't have a man around." Do not negate all the work I put into that, the double, triple work, learning things so that I could teach him something that, I would think his father would teach him. Did I miss the mark a lot? Yeah. But I did that with my daughter too.
Sure.
But I still was a better parent than I had.
But there are ones that are missing the mark in their own households because no one's working together anymore.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Right. So, you don't have people teaching, my grandmother used to say, one of her biggest things was to try to teach my mom how to put up with my dad. Right. Mm-hmm. So, and my dad's a genius, but in that comes the emotional quotient's not quite there. Right.
Yeah.
So how you get through certain things, if you don't have somebody else there kind of helping and coaching you through it, that's the thing about families getting more and more isolated is you don't have that network or you have the wrong network, which is, he's terrible. You need to go, that doesn't help either. So can a Democrat win an election without the female vote?
Being the only guy here, it's
that's okay.
I'm just saying, being the only guy here, I have to still, as ID Crisis put it there himself again, Mr. Terrible is right. Welfare pays for the man to live, which is what boys need, which is why you have big boys and not men. And there's a lot of issues that go along with this welfare state that we live in. These handouts that the government thinks is okay to keep on giving us, printing more money, handing out this, handing out that, saying, "Oh, it's okay. I got handouts. I got lots of handouts when Coof happened." But did I like it? No, because I knew exactly what it was doing. Is not going to make the dollar anything better than it is going to tank it even further. And they continue.
Well, it's kind of like the student loan thing. The student loan forgiveness. My son was like, "Hey, I would be eligible to this. Should I do it? Because I don't agree with it." And I'm like, "No, do it. if it's there to be able to do it and help
because
you,
otherwise you're going to give that money to
the other
somebody
ones
else.
Are going to take it. I worked all my life. I just figure I'm taking back my money.
Well, and guys,
continue, and obviously we all know that didn't actually work. No.
It never got off the ground.
And I have to say here, my usual disclaimers apply. This is not advice. This is just friends talking and sitting around. Everyone's opinion does matter. If you have one different on the panel, that's great. We have to respect each other. And the biggest thing, I think, was it Vicki? I think you and I were talking about, we've lost having conversations versus a total debate all of the time. We think we've got to beat somebody. I'll be the first to admit divinity on more than one occasion. Actually, I can think of 3 right off the bat that we can't talk about, where she changed my mind on somebody. So, I mean, in something, right? And so you've got to be willing to listen.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, so
you have to be able to bridge that gap.
Now, the welfare thing, I feel like they introduced that when segregation stopped as a tool to keep them, to keep that whole society lower, to keep the whole race lower. Because if they could break up families, they could make them weaker. And they could, they're not going to rise up. They're not going to be on par with the white folks. But they didn't assume, it's going to trickle over and the white folks are going to do the same thing. I don't think they foresaw that. I think they were too, oh no, segregation is gone. We have to do something to keep them down. I think that was the point, and it just got away from them.
I like this. Politics are just professional wrestlers in suits.
Same with abortion.
But they're wrestlers in suits that are doing a show for us in a lot of cases. What they say in front of us is not necessarily what they say to each other.
Oh no, they definitely
taking
have
a lot of our money.
I still remember when 10 grand would buy you out of a DUI or get you a promotion in the police department. I'm old enough to remember that kind of stuff. Okay. Yeah, instant karma. If you will
10 grand,
put your
2 grand.
If you put a comment that I missed, if you'll put it again, then I'm sorry. Let's see.
But yeah, I think that was definitely a societal tool they used.
Critical thinking from birth. Yep.
Yeah.
And how to have a discussion. How to listen. Because I will be the first one to tell you I know very little. I know that it is 5:41 Central Time. That's about it. And what I mean by that is we are one discovery away, one science, one person, one conversation, one paper uncovered to everything we think we know being flipped upside down. I mean, if you had this discussion at one point in history, they would have sworn up and down that the earth was flat. And guess what? Most people agreed with that and thought that anyone else that didn't was absolutely insane.
Go ahead.
So,
I mean,
go ahead and go there with the conversation to see how far that goes, because I'm interested with divinity. Really.
Yeah.
I feel really called out right now. I feel exposed.
I feel attacked.
That was not to expose you. So my daughter's school in high school had iPads and weren't monitored like they should have been. Yeah, we had a problem with that too with one of our grandkids. They sent them home from the coof, as Cool Frog calls it, and she started getting communicated with from a stranger that had, let's just say, ill intent to the point of trying to get her to meet him somewhere. And the school did not realize it, and she didn't. I mean, she was too young to really realize what it was. Thank goodness. Her parents were like, "What is this?" and reported it to the school.
Wow.
Mr. Terrible, 50% of the world is women. We would have zero humans without women, and many have won presidential elections, which will happen, in my opinion. Men vote for women as well. Yeah.
That's true.
Let's see. I don't know why I thought we would be doing grass here. Sometimes we do.
We are spinning yarn.
We're spinning yarn.
There you go.
Yeah, and like I said, our last one, my last show is kind of heavy.
Am I not supposed to eat the glue?
Good though.
No, you're not supposed to eat that.
Let's see. I thought you were supposed to eat the glue.
No.
No, you sniffed the glue.
You sniff the glue. You
sniff the glue.
Marker on one side, glue on the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
You lick.
Just don't touch it to the skin.
Then you lick the chalk. Yeah. All that.
Yeah.
Hold it.
Although I did think you were supposed to eat the chalk.
I was gonna say, I think you eat the chalk. I feel like eating the chalk is appropriate.
Yeah. Eating chalk? I never heard about eating chalk.
Did you know that Star Wars girl eats
the crayons, Diane?
Which Star Wars?
Does
dirt?
That Star Wars girl. She has a thing about eating dirt, and she has a bullet in her collarbone.
Oh,
just loose.
Oh my god, she's so weird.
Yeah,
that Star Wars girl.
Yeah, I was
blown my first Star Wars girl video today, and I thought she looked really cute, but she was mad. She looked really cute when she was mad. But wait, I didn't realize she ate dirt. Now I want to go rewatch the video and think about
dirt and sugar.
Yep,
sugar makes sense. Sugar. It'll dissolve. Dirt will screw your teeth up.
Yeah, but here, the craving for some women for the red clay, which is in Georgia, and there's a little bit of it here.
Oh,
that's not that unusual to hear about. Yeah,
is
they
crave, when I was pregnant.
I forget what it. Vicki, you can probably know more about it than I do. But there's something in it that it's a nutrient they tend to be low on, so it's like it draws them to it. Is that a good way to say it?
Yeah. It's something you're missing in your.
It's a mineral that you're missing.
Yeah,
usually.
Pica, it's called. They say.
Yeah, they call it pica.
Pica, is that what it's called? Urge to eat dirt or clay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What in the heck?
Pica. Yeah,
well, I mean, I've seen a lot of those.
Pica affects a lot of pregnant women.
A lot of pregnant women.
I remember with my first child, I'd be sitting next to a potted plant, and the doctor's office to stick my finger in and stick it in my mouth.
Stop
it! No. Yeah.
I knew a girl who ate plaster.
Oh,
she was pregnant and eating plaster. She would pick it, pick it, pick it. Nobody knew. Her mother went to like move the furniture to put the baby stuff. She ate an entire section of the wall. What? I mean, like a good 2 foot by 2 foot section.
But I wonder what it looked like in her feces.
I don't know.
I wonder if
my youngest child used to eat
like
sponge. Anything that was sponges. So you know those what are the egg crates that you put down for your change the bedding in, and like half side of it is gone. It's like, what in the hell is going on here?
Were you pregnant with her when you ate the dirt?
What?
Vicki, were you pregnant with that one when you ate the dirt?
No, I was pregnant with my oldest one when I ate the dirt.
Okay, I had another question about the dirt real fast. Had you ever tasted dirt before you decided that looks tasty? Oh my gosh. And you didn't think this is strange. You just thought, I'm going to do it?
Yeah.
And from what I've read, that's kind of how it happens. There's just this big, overwhelming
urge.
Draw
you
to
just
it.
Smelled
was it good?
I don't remember. It was so long ago.
You'd remember it was good. I feel like you'd remember if it was good.
It wasn't good enough that you continued to eat it. So
no, I did not. No,
I was like,
but it was the smell. It was that smell of wet, moist earth,
like earth.
Yeah, you had to go for both words.
Smell.
Could have just stopped at wet.
Seems as though
could have just stopped at wet.
Wet.
Tish,
I hate
yes, sir.
It seems as though Mr. Terrible is saying that he has been timed out.
What?
Yeah, no, nobody needs to time him out. He's fine. So if one of the mods did that, he's not being serious.
He's being serious, but he's not being a troll.
He's not being serious, but he's not being a troll.
Right. This is Mr. Terrible. Everybody should know.
Yeah,
who
meet Mr. Terrible. He's relatively new.
Terrible.
He's relatively appropriately named.
Yeah, he's appropriately named, and he likes to throw out things there so people
and he actually gets people to think. Yes, exactly.
To get them to think. Yeah, that's the. It's not anything of negative intent. Although I can see why someone would take it that way, because I did it first, and I'm like, yeah, nah. But it's just he'll throw things out just to make people think.
Oh God, I remember making mud pies.
Yes.
I mean, some of the things your mods are going to probably need to block. That's not. He doesn't have carte to say whatever.
Still, some don't time them out. But yeah, still some of it you're gonna have to actually be a mod and
just remember, guys. And I'm not criticizing the mods at all because normally that's normally not what pops in, but he just throws things out. He just throws things out.
You got a big force of people, about 10 people from me. So that's yeah.
So thank you to the mods, but he's fine. So
that the degeneracy that flows around is kind of fun. Kind of interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's the one that we're all sitting at the dinner table talking about what we're going to do for Christmas, and all of a sudden he's asking, what we're going to do for Armageddon, that kind of thing. So, Lori, just to kind of get the conversation to turn. Lori, and we need term limits. I don't disagree with that at all.
I don't do that.
Let's see.
I don't either.
Nope.
Yeah.
They're like mummified. They've been there so long.
Yeah. Wolfkinder said that they lick the strikers on their parents' matches. I was thinking about that. Some of the things I can understand, like I love the smell of a burnt match. I wonder how it would taste. I've never done it, but
rotten eggs. Eat a rotten egg and you'll know how it tastes. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I kind of want to try it.
Darth Hideous, and who is supposed to teach them responsibility? Their father. Yeah, we were making that point earlier. I'm a little behind on comments. Sorry, guys. But the point is that there's not somebody there. Allegra, Mr. Terrible, LMO goes a long way. I'm a woman. I vote Democrat. Thank goodness I have that right. And history will only process in that aspect. Thank goodness. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No one's wrong and no one's right in a lot of ways. Meaning, again, to my point, you usually try to vote and try to do the best you can, right? And it's not like we get a whole lot of choices that make any sense. Let's see. Why did Pirate bring up 1930? Tired of that story time. Mr. Terrible, you were on the stream last night, so you know why I brought that up. We weren't talking about that history. We were talking about if you could undo something. One of the Twitter people that I follow said, "There's anything in the United America today that you would eliminate, what would it be?" And I was like, I don't want to eliminate anything because I don't know that I'm smart enough to know what the impact of me deciding to eliminate something. Personally, I hate cockroaches, but we need cockroaches. So,
Right?
I'm not big on snakes.
Well, we didn't need the dodo bird. What the
I
heck?
know.
Get rid of cockroaches.
I'm not big on snakes. I hate, like, I can't even watch.
Yeah, but
they can
yeah,
go.
in the silverfish, you need cockroaches to eat the silverfish.
So I can't even watch what is that movie with the snakes? Raiders of the Lost Ark, because I know there's snakes in it. Like,
Really?
So, but I don't know that getting rid of the snakes is going to be a good idea. ID Crisis, Mr. Teller's wife, welfare pays the man to leave, which is what boys need, which is why you have big boys, not men. There's no one to teach him. Okay, I'll push back on that a little bit. So there was a time in history where if your husband died or something happened to them, that meant you and your kids were going to starve because you did not have the ability to make any type of income whatsoever. And even if you were one of the ones,
but they've gone to the point of actually glorifying it and actually making it more of a thing, as opposed to just allowing it to actually be something for people that actually need assistance. There actually, there's women that are out there having children to get the assistance,
but there are also men having women have children to get the assistance. It's both
right, but the men don't count. The men don't count, not until after the child's born.
Yeah, and even when women were able to have jobs such as teachers, if you go back and look at some of their restrictions, I was in Sacramento and looking at one of the schoolhouse rules for women, and one of them is they couldn't eat ice cream in public. I mean, if you could have an income, it was so limited and so ridiculous. It wasn't even that's not an answer either. So Lori M., a former mayor of Canada, passed away recently, the age of 101. She served as mayor from 1978 to 2014. Longest serving mayor, and we loved, but sometimes politicians overstay. Yep. And you can lose your ground pretty easily. I mean, think about it. Divinity, how long? Oh, Cool Frog, how long have you been on YouTube? It was what, over a year now?
Yeah, it's been over a year.
Divinity, how long have you been on?
2-3 months.
Creating for about eight months.
Okay, so we're all about a little bit newer at it than you guys.
No way.
I think it feels like Divinity's been doing a lot longer.
You've been going longer.
I mean, for creating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you were creating back when you first met me. That has to be almost a year now.
But I met you in April, I think. Because that's when the DEP trial started.
Because I think I met you guys in August. But
I was around before that, but I didn't start creating because I knew you from Good Logic Server. I didn't mean to interrupt you just now, Tish. But
you're fine.
So we probably knew each other, but I didn't actually start creating until April and I was trying to create here and there, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could say a year.
But we can remember what it was like when we started out, right? As in, I'm sure there's things. I know there's things I've done.
Anybody that hasn't already should subscribe to Divinity. I mean, really, she's over 6,000 subscribers.
I agree. But my point is, some of the ones that have been doing it a long time, if they try to talk about being on YouTube, it's very hard to go back to when you were as new as we are and remember what you didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Literally. There's so many things to learn.
So just like the politicians that are there for 10 years, they don't remember, probably a lot of them have forgotten why they even got in it to start with.
Right.
Right. Because I don't think anybody's saying would. My biggest thing is to make sure kids knew how to investigate, how to navigate on their own 2 feet. Should we not be here for them to fall back on? They're both steady-footed, have their issues, but manage them. Yeah, everybody has their issues. Everybody.
I got more than Rolling Stone.
Yeah, I was saying, I've got skeletons. I'm willing to make them dance if somebody else lets them out. That doesn't mean that I'm going to unlock the trunk myself. So that kind of thing.
Ask the question because we don't volunteer.
Yeah, exactly. Great job of smashing likes. Only 2 haven't. Thank you. Yes, I forget all the time to say that. all the little YouTube things. Happiness is just children. If you're unhappy marriage, you plow through until they turn 18. I disagree with that one. Selfish has with 2 S's to stop for both men and women. Seeking happiness is gay. I mean,
yeah, I didn't leave my husband to seek happiness. I left my husband so that I didn't live with an alcoholic who beat me in front of my kid.
Yeah. Yeah. It's easy to sit back and say things like that. But again, that's a broad statement, right? That's not good for everybody. It's not even good for a lot of people. But I do understand what he's saying about seeking happiness, because you're not going to be happy all the time. It's not possible. That's just not how we're wired.
No, I think there's happy moments, and you relish those moments, and we appreciate them more because of all the other suffering that we go through.
Yeah.
You know, you really hang on to those memories, and those are the ones that you remember in the end.
But do you not find that you have some people that hold on to everything good? So everything that they look back at, it's through rose-colored lens. And then there are other people,
their glory days.
The glory days. Yeah. But then there are other people that look at everything as being bad. And yeah, my grandmother's a centurion, and she tickles me because she's like, most of the people that want to go back to a time they didn't live in, and she's like, I was there. and I wanted to be an astronaut, and it was not even something that would have been an option for me. So it's one of those things where we can easily say, well, if we went back to X time, it would be better. But we're not talking to people who lived in that X time, or we're talking to people who were in a good financial situation, a good social situation. We're not talking about the ones that, you know, had it hard, and like her, you know, buried her daughter and her grandson. Right. So it's like, you know, yeah, there are things. And she said, are better when I was younger, but I like air conditioning.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I want a simpler life, but I don't want to have to go and poop in an outhouse, and I don't want to have to pump my own water and, like, you know, go farm my own land. Like, I want a simple life, but I still like my creature comforts.
Look for Tug or Scott and click on them. Did you get my email? Instagram, if you're on Twitter or see my email, send me something private, because I don't want to ignore what you're saying, but I don't think I'm following enough. I'm sorry. I always say we need to teach chess and poker at a young age.
You need to to jump to most recent. Looks like Scott actually is asking.
Yeah, you got a super chat.
Got a super chat. Scott Cardinal. I can't decide whether or not to have blueberry or chocolate pancakes. Can you on the panel? Can you poll the panel, please?
Chocolate.
So it's nighttime chocolate. Although, Scott, I don't know if I would have those.
I mean,
$20 pancakes again if I were you. So,
are they gold leaf chocolates? Jeez.
Depends on what else is available, because, you know, if there's whipped cream or something, you know, and it's still with it, but you know, I mean.
Why did you both say because it's night it should be chocolate?
Maybe
I like blueberry in the morning.
That's a good point. Hi, Scott. I like the chocolate ones. Mr. Terrible, I admit I do troll a bit. Yep. Yeah, it's based on what I believe is true.
And if you use dark chocolate morsels, it gives you that nice little calm down. Ew. And you just right to sleep.
Yeah.
Let's
do banana pudding pancakes.
Ooh, I've never had those. That sounds good, actually.
What?
So good. It's so good.
Fry them up in bacon grease.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
first time my son had bacon grease pancakes, he was like, these are very different.
Yeah, I'm from the South, and I know supposedly we fry everything, but I have never heard of that. Pancakes and bacon grease. So
really?
That would have to be something new. Yeah, instant karma. I love this. I don't want to live in a house on the prairie. No, I don't either.
Yeah, we romanticize all that stuff, right? Like, people want to live in a castle. Like, I do, but like a new castle with a heated floor and
she's like, not one of those drafty ones with mice.
And I don't
none of the drafty real castle.
No, and I don't want one
stone walls. No, none of that.
Every other minute, knock on the door. Maybe somebody, you know,
no screens on the windows.
I vote for chocolate. We got another vote for chocolate. Laura M, chocolate. Scott, chocolate. We got one blueberry from Diane.
Well, I said blueberry, so I'm with Diane.
Okay, so we only have 2 blueberries. So $20 pancakes, seriously, are they yeah, it's just sometimes some of the restaurants in New York, the prices are crazy. Breakfast in a New York hotel was $130. Yes, I remember. But I had $100 certificate from Amex, so it was only $30.
Nice.
Yeah, and he did have a pretty good spread for $30. Instant Karma is going to go completely off the rails here.
Yeah,
strawberry. Sexy pancakes for $20. I don't know what makes I guess the gold leaf would make the pancakes sexy, right?
Blueberries on the side. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Chris Mullen, banana pancakes are very good. ID Crisis is a fun panel. I got a bail. Appreciate the variety opinion, Yale. Yep. We have a lot of variety of opinions. All of us had talked before, and we don't agree on everything. I would say about 85% of things we don't, which is kind of what makes it fun. So, seems like chocolate. Yep. Let's see.
Chocolate pancakes with blueberries.
I'm curious about that phenomenon.
Blueberry syrup.
You know, when you ask somebody a question, and like, should I wear my red shirt or my blue shirt? And somebody picks the blue shirt, and they're like, "Dang, I really want my red shirt."
And so it's like asked me to start with.
Yeah, because you really didn't think you knew until you knew. I wonder if Scott had something in mind when he asked, and then now he's getting chocolate. If he has any,
he should flip a coin then.
Yeah,
flip a coin, and if you're disappointed at what it lands on, that's not what you wanted.
You could have chocolate with blueberries on the side, and then you could have best of both worlds. Just don't let the blueberries and the chocolate touch, or neither one of them are going to be good. Let's see. So many people have socks on.
You never had chocolate covered blueberries?
Blueberries. I've had chocolate covered strawberries.
CMS. Nice.
Oh, yeah, they're
good. Thanks.
Wow. CMS just dropped 10.
10 memberships.
You see that?
Nice.
Oh, what? No, I didn't see it.
10 memberships just got dropped.
Okay. Oh, wow. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Scott's a vegan, so pancakes without eggs? I thought you had to have bananas with pancakes without eggs. How do you make pancakes without? Okay, I don't know. But CMS, yes, thank you. Thank goodness no one told me to go make waffle too thick and heavy. Pancakes with applesauce.
Yep, applesauce, flaxseed. Flaxseed's a big is a normal for somebody that can't have eggs, because Tadpole had so many issues when he was born. Like, he seriously could not have eggs, could not have wheat, could not have. There's just so many things he could not have, and you slowly introduce him or whatever, and he's fine for the most right now, But I mean, too many cookies, he'll start breaking out. Tish muted herself.
Yeah, me too. It just looks like cellulite.
She did? Yeah, she did.
Oops.
So I don't like having a fan on me. I actually hate it, but you can see her fan on her, and it really makes me feel good. I feel like I'm sitting on a lanai, just chilling by the beach. She makes me feel at home, like cozy.
Are you back?
I don't think
she is. Nope, she's not there.
Did one of the dogs get you? No.
It's like, no.
Buried in my midstream. Technical difficulties.
Yep, Scott, exactly. Scott's like, yep, Cool Frog's right.
Breakfast at a New York. Oh, yeah. Seems to be chocolate, yeah. Go for the chocolate. Wait, he said that too thick and heavy for the waffles. Never mind, I understand that. I have this problem where once I eat pancakes, like you eat your pancakes and you're full, if I smell the pancakes after that, it makes me sick. I'm like, ugh, I don't ever want to smell that again. It's so strange.
No, that happens. Pancakes, I don't know. I get to a certain point, I'm just turned off. I'm like, all right, now I feel nauseous.
Oh, yeah.
Like I don't want to smell the syrup. I don't want to just get it away.
Pumpkin oat pancakes, yum.
Well, I did see that somebody earlier, Instant Karma had asked if we could go around and tell what we all do, because we're at a different audience than we normally are. I don't know. Well, Tish is trying to figure out her technical difficulties.
Oh, that brandy chick sent a
maybe we can let them all know what we all do,
thanks.
where we come from.
Thanks for the super sticker.
Life is currently giving Tish lemons, so no, we still can't hear you.
Still can't hear you.
Nope.
Yeah, we'll wait for you. Okay. Did you say who wanted to start? Shelly, did you want to start?
No.
Divinity can.
Okay. Me? I do clips from the whole of the internet. I try to find stuff that's funny or interesting or that makes me think, but at the end of the day, sometimes I'm like, I'm going to post this for my own like ability to like look at this in the future and remember this is going on. So I mean, I try to not make it heavy, but it has been a little bit heavy this last week. I do apologize for that. But that's what I do. I do clips. It's been fine, but it does feel a little heavy. It'd be nice to like make funny stuff again.
You'll get there. It'll happen.
Somebody will do something very not dramatic but comedic, and then you'll be able to cash in on that.
Cash in on it.
Yeah, I say that with pride.
Roll me the shekels.
The shekels. You all need shekels. That's it?
That's all I do. Yeah, it's not that interesting.
You see?
This is what I do. This is what I do. I talk. I'm not big on videos or editing. It's mostly just me talking and a still picture of whatever. I like to talk about things that most people don't. I like to get to the heart of the matter. I am very open. I'm very much myself. I share a lot of my experiences, a lot of my opinions. I curse a lot. I'm highly inappropriate. And if you listen to me, you either like me or you don't. Like there's no in between. There's no, maybe no. It's either one or the other. So, but I like to make people welcome when they come to my chats and, in my videos, because I don't want anybody to feel alone. And I don't want anybody to not laugh. You need to laugh. Even the hard stuff, you got to find something light about it. Otherwise, you can't make it through the day. And that's what I'm there for, to help somebody make it through the day. Even if that person's me, which it often is.
You do a good job.
Yeah, I love that. I love your channel.
Thank you.
We all love you, Shelly.
And I love you all. You're my crew. I show up every day for you guys.
Is she all right? Let's see. Can y'all hear
me? She's
back. Gotta love StreamYard.
Now the rest of us can skip our turn.
No, go ahead. I could hear you. So I can hear most of it.
Lady.
Yeah, I can hear you. And we've got Kilfar, that's a great idea. Someone asking what each person does. And I can say this for Shelly. She has strong opinions, but she's never unkind to anybody. Cool Frog, same. Divinity, same. She's one that can completely tell you that you're wrong, but still respect you.
You're wrong. You're gonna get told you're wrong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that are not afraid to tell you.
Yeah. And then Scott was telling me to use my computer's microphone. That's what I was trying to do. I think it was just StreamYard kind of hung up on me.
And yes, Shelly's from New Jersey.
Yep.
Hoboken, New Jersey, the birthplace of Frank Sinatra and baseball.
And for some that may be new to me from Cool Frog sending people over, I seem to be everybody's grandma most of the time. I don't claim to be an expert on anything other than I like to make sure I try to treat people kind. I don't always manage, but I do try. And I always try to be willing to listen to something else. I mean, I've got opinions. It's not that, but I'm not so married to them that I don't think that somebody can change my mind. So thank you guys. Sorry y'all had to take over there for a second, but I appreciate it.
That's no problem.
This is the right crew for taking over.
I just don't think we got to Cool Frog. Cool Frog's the only one that didn't talk about his channel.
Yep, Cool Frog.
Well, Vicki didn't say anything about hers.
Me? I don't really even have a channel. I
Vicki
just hang out with you
the best groupie anybody can.
Vicki is the best.
Yes, I am your groupie.
Oh,
she brings the spice.
Make it spicy,
kinda.
Yeah,
he does.
I'm your producer of your early show. I do that every day, Monday through Friday at noon. Divinity's supposed to join me tomorrow at like 1 o'clock or something or whatever her time, potentially for a bit. So as far as that goes, we have lots of fun.
And do you remember what we're going to talk about? I knew you weren't listening. I knew it.
Dreams. I'm not even part of the stream, and I remember
of these upside down V's. I just
there'll be words. There will be words. We're going to talk about dreams and intuition and lucid dreaming, mostly about like how we can all get like we're going to figure it out on Monday.
You're gonna have good because if you can figure it out,
we're gonna start it anyway.
Like kind of like we're solving the world's problems today.
Yeah.
Brandy, thank you for a super sticker. Yeah. And T-Rox asked if somebody unplugged me. I don't know. The dogs are actually asleep, so I can't blame them for a change.
To finish that up real quick, I seriously there's one more because I do still do Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
Yeah.
The original Stick with Cool Frog show that I originally started this channel on doing, I only started doing the early show because of work during the weekends on that late shift. It kind of cut off everything that I was doing, and I needed to revamp something that I was missing. So that's what I did is I revamped what I was missing and created the early show. So that's why you see me on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for anywhere between 6 to 12 hours, maybe longer, depending on what we decide to do. And if you were around last Thursday, you see we did an early 4-hour show, and then we did a 6-hour with music, conspiracy music, and then we went to a 10-hour cool down session. So as far as that goes, you just
it sounds silly.
You'd be surprised. Hours at Cool Frog almost everywhere.
Yeah, and I've got it in the description too. At Cool Frog everywhere. Yeah, and the way I met you guys, I don't know how you all met. The way I met you is, Scott and I have a mutual friend that used to stream with Cool Frog and Divinity, and then that's how I met them. And then through Cool Frog met Vicki T and Shelly. So yeah, so it was kind of cool. Let's see, where are you? Instant Karma, get ready.
CMS is like,
oh wow, CMS. I remember the first time I met Scott Cardinal. He told me he wrote books, and I was like, "Oh, that's dope. What do you write books about?" He's like, "Oh, well, you could go on Amazon and look."
Thank you, CMS. That's awesome.
Let me get back. Yeah. Yes, CMS, absolutely. Thank you. 10 memberships. I appreciate that.
Wow.
It's just awesome to have you guys do that. I haven't been at this very long, and I'm still getting my getting everything down. So thank you, Cool Frog. I'm trying to watch 2 screens. And
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm still relatively new at it because I only do this once a week. Maybe I'll get as good at you at some point.
Yeah,
I'm just not there yet.
No, you do just fine.
I am not there yet.
Well, so StreamYard has sabotaged you or whatever. Yeah, StreamYard, you were sabotaged today.
Well, and a couple of people were last night too, so I don't feel too bad. Sorry, I've got a dog talking. I do, for those who may not know me, I've got 4 boxers, and I'm not promising one of them won't like photobomb at some point, because they normally do. And they have no idea that they're dogs. That would kind of crush their hearts completely. So you're going to talk about dreams, Divinity?
We are lucid dreaming specifically, and everything that anybody wants to talk about from there.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Kind of deja vu also. Deja vu and lucid dreaming are probably like one of my favorite things to just continually deep dive down into, because we don't get it. It's all just fun to guess about.
So what about it makes you want to deep dive?
The fact that we don't understand it, like maybe we could, so yesterday I was saying maybe each of us, because we show up a lot together, like at least once a week, we could each do something. Like maybe one of us writes our dreams down. Somebody said if you look at your hand every day, then you'll start lucid dreaming. Somebody said if you like put a rubber band on and snap it every day and you go to do it in your dream, the rubber band won't be there. You'd be like, wait, I'm dreaming. Cool. Like there are different triggers or something. So what if we each took a trigger and then practiced it and came back the next month because we're gonna do a show every 13th.
I would be game for doing that.
Right? Because now we can all experiment
like
it, and we can bring back information to see what's working. I don't know. It seems to me like that's fun, and I like a follow-up show. You know.
Cool.
Divinity said, "I told you I wrote about architecture and history. You would have fallen asleep. Most people do." No, no. And I will say this: I happen to love history, architecture. I can, it's cool. That's not the thing, but Scott can make the dictionary sound cool. So he could just read that from start to finish. Lady Magdalene fur babies. Yeah, I have 4, and somebody's getting a new puppy. Isn't that right, Vicki?
Yes. I'm getting a new puppy next week. So excited.
Yes.
Little toy cup poodle.
Yeah, puppies. After this, I've got one that's a terror. I don't know that I'm going to ever have another puppy. He thinks everything goes out the dog door. If you've lost something in the house, it's out the dog door.
Your poor Christmas tree.
Yeah, my granddaughter was here and she's like, "Where are my shoes?" And I'm like, "Did you put them in the closet? Like I told you to." And she's like, "No." I was like, "Guarantee they're outside." If it's not nailed down, it is supposed to go through that dog door. So
does he bury it?
No. Well, sometimes, but usually just leaves things out there. I mean, my husband this morning temporarily lost his wallet, and of course we assumed that Loki took it, but we found it. So we're kind of
perfect name.
Wait, you named it Loki?
I know that was the mistake.
Yep, that sure
was. Of mischief.
I named my dog a long time ago. I named him Rome, Rome, because it's such a cool name. I loved it. And he was beautiful, but the damn dog would roam the streets whenever I leave. I'm like, oh no,
funny.
I did this to him.
Well, and I've got the older one. The biggest one's name is Thor, and he hates thunderstorms. Like, he's scared to death of them. And he's the most docile.
So
like literally 2 years. He's 7. 2 years ago, we didn't know he could bark because he didn't even as a puppy. 2 years ago, I hear a dog barking. I don't recognize the dog's voice. So I'm thinking we have dogs beside us. I'm thinking, oh God, one of the dogs has gotten over in the fence, right? Which might not be a good thing. It's Thor barking. We had never heard him bark. I guess it took him 5 years to have something to say. But he just, he
was observing.
Yes. It was insane. So,
wow.
Yeah. Well, if you don't like dogs, you don't need to live near me because they bark if the wind's going. All pups are welcome. Dog of foster mom. Yep. Scott, this is to you. Grandpa was an architect and the boy works in the field too. Pretty cool. Davini said, sounds like interesting to keep up with. Yes. I always wonder about, and I'll put the information on that for your channel in the comments, as well as put it in my community tab, because I always think that's really interesting. Because you can get into some scary places when you start talking about that sometimes. Yeah. Like what's real? My Haran pup's name is Loki too. Yeah. And this time I named him perfectly because this dog is something else. So that's all I gotta say. I've got a new black kitty and named it Hardy. He is the craziest cat I've ever seen. Mistake. Yeah. And you can't change the name now. It just doesn't work. My dog doesn't bark. She's never barked. I try to get her to sing. We're working on it. Yeah. He just started barking after 5 years. It scared the crud out of me that we had a dog, because mine are officially a pack. There's so many of them, right? So I was worried that a dog had gotten over and we were going to have a problem, but it was just Thor deciding to make noise.
His presence known.
Yeah.
Did it sound weird? Like it matched him?
No, it's like no. It's like a little
sorry, Karma.
Yeah, I am sorry. Lost my kitty August 1st. She was 23 years old. I'm a mess.
Yeah, I lost 2 kitties a year ago.
Yeah.
I lost our cat last year as well.
It's so hard. It's so hard. But no, it sounded like a chihuahua's bark, to be honest.
That's so funny because it never practiced.
Oh my gosh.
I expected it. I mean, I expected to be, even as a little bitty puppy, he never barked. I thought, well, maybe something was wrong, right? So, but there wasn't anything wrong. He just didn't have anything.
He had barked by himself one day and was like, "Oh my gosh, I am never doing that again. That is embarrassing."
Yeah, probably because I freaked out, right? And he hasn't barked since. Actually, he'll bark. He did bark in his sleep a little bit, but that was kind of more like whining. But when that was bark, I was just like, "Oh my god." My foster.
I wonder if he practiced when he was by himself.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. There's almost
like I don't want to open my mouth and nothing comes out. Let me try this first.
That's a good point. And of course, he's thinking, Mom just freaked out. I'm not doing that again.
Yep,
I did it
like,
wrong.
that
Oh,
didn't
I
go
was so
well.
pale.
Yeah.
See, this is why I don't talk.
My foster dog was a street stray, and it's terrified of people still, but she loved to steal other dogs' toys and everything else she can reach when I'm not reading.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and instant karma. Yeah, the pain doesn't go away. I had 2 elderly pets pass this year's brutal. Hugs to you. Yeah, it is. It's very hard. Very,
we
very
just
hard.
Lost our Loki.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we lost our Loki. He's a standard poodle in November.
Oh wow!
I'm sorry, honey.
Yeah. And we have his daughter who is a golden doodle. So
I have a question. Have any of you cremated a pet and kept them?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have all of mine.
I didn't know that was a thing until maybe I don't know, maybe 5 years ago. I haven't lost a pet, but my mom lost 2 of her dogs recently, and I told her, I'm like, you could get them cremated and keep them. And she was like, wait, what? And she got it done. She was like, I'm so glad you told me, because she's moving to a different property in a different state, and she would have traditionally just buried it in her yard.
Yeah.
But she didn't want to leave her dog behind. She's like, what do I do? I'm like, well, you can keep
Bye,
her.
T-Rox. Glad to see you out and about. Thank you. Yeah, we did that.
Cremation.
Well,
it's way expensive.
Is it there? Because here it's not.
God, it's like $900.
Couple $100 here.
What?
No,
it was $900.
I would have to ask
It's
my
only
husband
like
to be sure, but I want to say
$180.
Yeah,
it was under $100. Yeah, it was way under $100 here.
Nope, $900.
My kitty's on my fireplace mantle. Yeah.
Yeah,
awesome.
we have all.
I'll do the cremating for you for half that price, Tish.
Yeah, but it was. There are many ways, same as people. Lots of post-life care options. Yeah,
I have their little paw prints. They took their little paw prints from me.
That's sweet.
And mailed them to me when I was feeling better. And I open up and I'm like,
oh no.
Oh.
It's so funny though, the difference in paying for things depending on where you are.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous to live by me.
Yeah.
I can't afford to live here. I keep telling my mother, can we please leave? Like, I have an apartment, you have an apartment. It's stupid. We should just live all together and just go somewhere cheaper.
That's a more modern thing, is everybody living on their own. It used to be families,
we always lived together
quite a while. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of makes more sense, and a lot of people are having to go back to that. But I'm not sure it's always a bad thing. I mean, as long as you can kind of set things up and you can, not strangle the people that are living with you, I think you're good.
Right.
So, I don't know, but yeah, I'm very interested to listen to that with the dream thing, because it's kind of
it's going to be a popular show.
Yeah, very, very. Cool Frog, you still out there? Is Tadpole okay now? He was not good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody else is sleeping.
Oh, that's good. Nice. Yeah.
I'm about ready to potentially do the same myself.
I was going to say, if you have to work tonight, you might need a nap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so
that'll happen eventually.
Tadpole, for the ones that don't know, is Cool Frog's son that we hear from quite a bit, which is awesome. So
he exercises his lungs a lot.
Yeah,
it's a good boy.
He's learning to express his opinions in but I think it's cute, because when it's not yours, it's not your eardrums.
I miss it.
It's so cute and so sweet. Yeah. We have an acre with 3 cabins, keeps us together yet far enough apart. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, I've got one.
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah.
I don't have to be in the same house. Just put me right next to her.
Exactly.
Well, and you would think living an hour away or something is no big deal, but it really can be.
It can. Yes.
Across town is a big deal for me, but I think because we had inherited a system of everyone lives together, blah blah blah, and it doesn't work, so everyone moves away. I think if we could, because culture is what it is and societies are what they are, and I think if we incorporated it now, it could make sense. Like that was saying about the acre and the multiple cabins. Same thing. Like, I would love, it doesn't make sense that my family, we all have a mortgage. It's like, really? You guys could all move here, like not in my house, but put your house, somewhere on my property.
By my house. And, yeah,
close. And then, I don't know. It just makes sense.
Yeah. Cool Frog, are you in
South Dakota, originally from Minnesota?
Yep. You can hear that.
That's where the accent comes from, Minnesota. So that you kind of
Minnesota.
No, Minnesota.
dog foster mom, 2018. My 15-year-old black flat coat Vander is my foster fail. I've had him 5 years. I know time is short when the day comes. But will come to my house. He was originally from the forest of Turkey.
Wow,
that's interesting. So I appreciate people that can foster. That's awesome that you're doing that. I can't because I have too many, and they don't like big dogs. We found that out the hard way. But yeah, I've got one that's 11, and she thinks she's the queen of the house, which kind of is. But we can't have a foster because she doesn't care for other people, let alone other dogs. So, Shelly can live in my guest house. Aw,
with bells on.
With bells on, so he's redeemable. Alaska, we don't have strict building hassles or codes. We do here where I live. Some areas you don't, but where I live right now, you do. I would like to get out further away. Yeah, you're in California, so
yeah, earthquakes.
Yes.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's earthquakes and fires that way, tornadoes in the middle, and hurricanes at the end. So
earthquakes actually happen more often than we actually realize.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's been part of Memphis and part of Knoxville's on people will talk about hearing them or feeling them quite a bit. Instacart fostering is, but I couldn't do it. I would be a foster fail every single time. Like if I was a multi-billionaire.
I've never been a successful foster ever.
I would have just dogs like everywhere. Just dogs. Rain at Divinity. Building permits in California are a nightmare. Yeah, because of earthquakes, they want to keep everybody safe. So, but this is fun. Cool Frog, go sleep.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, go take your nap.
You're never quiet. That's why I know you're tired.
Never quiet.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I meant it as a compliment.
How is that even true, though? You're just trying to be silly.
You're awesome. But, I
am going to take off here. Everybody, if you haven't already, please go down there and subscribe. Subscribe to my channel. It's not that hard. It's free. Costs you absolutely nothing to do it. And there's wonderful people around, like T3, Vicki, and Divinity. Divinity joins me on a regular basis. It's great. It's so much fun. And you just never know what we're going to get into next, what kind of conversations we'll have. Because we talk to our chat.
I almost convinced them of the flat earth. Almost.
You are? I got to hear this one.
Yeah, there's so many of us around the world that believe
it.
All together, we're kind of a combination of what you say over the dinner table and what you say with drinks at the bar.
Yeah, and sometimes what you think and don't say it either one.
Sometimes stuff you should have never said.
Yeah, sometimes that's true. That's absolutely true. But yeah, Cool Frog's awesome. So make sure you go check him out. He's helped me out a lot. So I will publicly thank you again, like I always
Instant Karma, stay here. I'm leaving. They're staying.
We're staying.
They're going to stay, have some fun. They're probably going to get another guest or two come in here.
Yeah.
Kind of hoping to say hi to Scott again. Hi, Scott. I know that you're listening.
Yeah, Scott's got a link, but this is Sunday's a little bit more difficult for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, eating pancakes.
Make bacon pancakes.
And I'll just call him out because I can. Darth doesn't think that he can stand up against the
Oh, Darth, we will be gentle. I promise.
We would eat him alive.
I don't.
Well, Divinity, you say that too much. He might actually get excited and actually come in.
I was going to say, now he's going to come in here now that you said that. Yeah, I did ask him to come in, and it wasn't just today. So, yeah, got an open invitation there. I'm saying sweet dreams at Cool Frog. Yep.
All right.
See you later, Cool Frog.
See you later, brother.
Bye, Cool Frog. Have a good night.
And then there were 4.
Those 3 seconds that you hold your breath and don't say anything.
Yeah, exactly. So, because you want to see make sure they're gone. or not going?
Make sure there is the door shut.
You know what I mean? You don't want to
interrupt. Pulse? Is she breathing? There's no miss. Okay.
You don't want to interrupt them if they're about to say one more thing, right? So because you want to be a good host.
And like we were saying, we've all been doing this relatively not that long. We're learning how to leave a show, how to like even us as panelists, like how to not interrupt. I interrupt so much. I'm like, oh, you idiot!
I do too, and I hate it.
Yeah, this is all, and it's like we've been doing it for a year, but still, it's
5 months.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, Cool Frog's still in the chat. Oh, that's an 80s chat line flashback. And before I forget to mention, Scott and I do normally do an 80s flashback with music or videos on Rumble because we can't do it on YouTube. So you can always follow him on Twitter and check that out. Scott Cardinal, thank you. Keep up the good work. We live in a golden age where everyone can create shows. Stay focused. Your channels will keep growing. Yeah. And Scott's really good at it. So there's a few people I do know in the chat who have thought about starting YouTube channels. And Vicki, I know you kind of have an adjunct. I mean, you say you don't have a channel, but you do because you're everywhere. What advice would you give to somebody trying to start?
Me, myself?
You're on everybody. You're like the one that sees everything behind the shadows, right?
I guess I do. I think what you need to do is you got to find your niche, what you want to give to people, what you want them to see, just what interests you, and find the way to express it. I mean,
Darthidia says, don't do it as a trap. It's a trap. Yeah, Vicki has all the tea. Yeah, Vicki does. She has all the tea. So definitely.
Oh my gosh, Vicki T. Now I get it.
Vicki has all the tea. Yeah.
I didn't get that before. No, what the heck? I don't know anything. Oh my God. You are so Californian. Oh my goodness. I love you.
I haven't spilled all the tea yet.
I love when she has her eureka moments. I'm like, you can hear
like,
the light
wait a minute. No, that's
like
dun, yeah. Let's see. Allegra, yes. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for all of the super chats. I really do appreciate it. Big thing, guys, just make sure you're subscribed. Hit the notification bell for the channels that you like because YouTube tends to turn them off for you if you're not careful. Dorothea said, don't do it as a trap. So, Insta Karma, if everyone in chat would do a channel, what would you do? That's a good question. So,
good question.
Shelly, what would you say?
For what?
If you were if somebody wanted to do a channel now, what advice would you give?
Just be yourself. I wasn't going to start a channel. And then, like, I talked to my therapist and she said, you've been through it. So you want to help people. I need a purpose in life. That's my thing. And I got sick and I lost my purpose. And this gave me back something that I was missing. And I made a lot more connections that actually helped me. So just be yourself and don't pander. Like, don't change your mind. If you have an opinion, stick to your opinion, but be open to somebody else giving you information. And then you can alter your opinion or not. But don't just give in for the sake of giving in. Your chat will respect you a lot more if you're yourself and you're just like, you're entitled to think what you think, but this is what I think. And I don't think that you're changing my mind anytime soon. Be soft about it. I come off hard, but if you're ever like in my chat or if you listen to my streams, I am very soft for the people because they need that kind of comfort. I do the mother thing.
Yeah.
So
right.
That's why I'm the mouthy mama.
Whose voice we need because it's a little more sane than some of the ones we hear. Divinity, what about you?
Thank you for that.
For starting a channel, first of all, really quick for what Shelly said, I totally agree with that. Like, don't pander. I almost would say when you're writing or doing your channel, write down whatever it is. Write down your why I do this. Write 3 things down and put them on the wall so that you're going to forget because it's so much. There's going to eventually be money involved and other people's opinion is involved in so many things that if you could just look at it and go, oh yeah, I'm doing this because it's fun, because I like it, and whatever it is, whatever your things are, that it'll help you always remember the real reason why you did it and do it while it's still real to you. But my advice for starting a channel, in my opinion, would be to take a step every single day. Put out one video after another video after another video. Eventually you're going to turn around and go, oh my gosh, I have 20 videos and 20 subs. Like, who the heck is even watching this? Or I've got 50 videos. Oh my gosh. Eventually you're going to have a body of work to show for what you've done. But if you don't even do the first one, you won't have anything. So just do it. Just continually do it. You will get better, and you might find out that you hate it, and then you'll know, and you won't ever have to worry about that dream again. You can make way for what you really are going to do, you know?
Yeah. I would say too, I mean, the more people you can network, the better, just because when you're new at something, you're trying to navigate something new, it can be interesting. You know, I'm pretty open as far as I use my real name. I obviously use my real location, but you can't take what everyone says to you to heart. Because if you do, you won't last very long with it.
No.
Yeah.
But also be kind of thankful for people that will call you out, because feedback's not a bad thing. And be okay to start slow. That's one of the reasons why I have streams. You know, I'm not as skilled at it as Cool Frog, obviously, but I have them on Sundays. It's a little bit lower pace, kind of trying to get good at what I do. But everybody's got something to say, and I don't care what you think you want to put out there. There's an audience for it, but it may not come quick. You just got to talk as if you're talking to 10,000 people, even if no one's listening. And at some point, it will start to pick up. And even, you know, if you have questions, ask. I asked Divinity last night because I haven't put up an actual content video in a while, because the editing program I'm using is glitchy and driving me insane. So I said, hey, Divinity, what are you using? So, you know, as long as you've got a phone, you can hit record and go, but take advice from other people. And I think it will help you kind of in a long way. Mr. Terrible wants to have a history and science denier. Slay the Scarecrow. Oh, of course he does.
Sacred Cows, yeah. I'm with him. We should.
Yeah, at Darth Hideous with no space. Allegra, if you don't mind, put his channel in the chat as well. Wolfkinder 3, watching YouTubers save my life through a very dark journey. Watch videos by people who are successful at what you want to do. Yep. Yeah. And learn, like, I'm not a clip channel, but I love Divinity's because I love the insight that she brings to different things. And I do, one of the things I really like about hers, I like Vicki because Vicky's always funny. And really brings humor to it. Even if you're talking about something serious, she can be very serious, but then she also brings, you know, the joy into it too, and the lightness. Shelly, I like it because you speak your mind, but you're not mean about it.
I try
it's
not
kind
to
of one
be.
of those things where, yes, this is what I think. And even if you really like the person, like, nah, no, this is where we're going. But it's not out of trying to be argumentative. And then Divinity is, again, same thing I appreciate about her is what I said earlier. You know, she does the clips. She kind of brings truth around. She's not mean, but she's also not afraid to back down from an opinion, which is awesome as well. So kind of the things that
she comes armed with the facts.
Yeah, she comes armed with the facts.
Well, I try to have my own opinion, but I'm always want to know why. Like, how did you get where you're at? And people take 50% of people, I'll just say half, it seems like, they hear, like, you say, well, why? And they're like, what do you mean why? Why you think you know everything? It's like, whoa, no. And I just really want to know why.
Challenging me.
Yeah, like, so I've had to, like, try to figure out different ways to ask people questions lately so that it doesn't seem like I'm trying to I don't know, nail you down to something. So no, I'm trying to learn your thing. That's all. And for me, I'm going to have to just go backwards and figure out how you got here, you know?
Well, and I like finding my opinion, but then trying to disprove myself. I did a video a couple weeks ago. My husband and I were involved when a child went missing in the Goulitsville area. And we were actually the first ones on the scene. And I have a definite opinion. It was one of the things where just to summarize real quick for people that didn't hear it, the mom reported her missing. The camera never picked up the child. A Darth Hideous, welcome. The camera never picked up the child. No one saw the child there at all. We were the first ones on the scene. My husband's the one that got helicopters in the air. He's a police officer, all that. I have a definite opinion, but at the same time, there may be something that I don't know. So I try to do research against myself. And I try to present it both ways. Like part of the criticism was the way she reacted when her child was gone. But if my child's gone, who knows how you're going to react? You may fall apart and you may be so strong and determined you can't shed a tear. Right? So you kind of got to come up from both ways. Darth Hideous, you finally decided to join.
I mean, I was going to join earlier. There was a conversation going on, and I looked at that conversation and I said,
no.
As a person who's trying to be less of a pot stirring shit starter, I'm just gonna avoid this one. Sit this one out.
I'm glad you came in. So you want to tell them about your channel?
The only one was lavender, which is okay.
We're all eavesdropping on Vicky's life right now. Shh.
Sorry.
I'm trying to make out the voice. I'm like,
I forgot to hit mute. I forgot to hit mute.
No,
I heard lavender. I was like, wait, what?
With the way the StreamYard gods have been against me the last couple of days, I'm like, okay. So Darth Hideous, tell everybody about your channel.
Oh yeah, my channel. It's kind of an amalgamation of a lot of different things I tried out and then put down because, well, it wasn't for me, and now I'm onto a new amalgamation. It's a hobby channel. I mean, my hobby, not based on hobbies. Like, I do whatever I want with it. I'm doing philosophy currently because I think just like philosophy and great quotes and thinkers, find it fascinating, always have. Like to discuss a lot of thoughts that have been around for ages that we still find relevant today. So that's fascinating to me. That's what I'm doing.
So what is your most quoted quote? What do you find yourself saying the most?
My most quoted quote? Oh dear, you don't want to hear Darth Hideous quotes. Like, I would have to literally sit and think about some of my better sayings. But as far as like the famous quotes, I mean, there's just too many of them. I can't say I use one more than the other or live by one more than the other. My favorite one that I would say is relevant is know your enemy, know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Sun Tzu. Because the art of war really does break down to, and your enemy doesn't necessarily need to be a person. It's just anything you're about to do. Understand what that is. Understand who you are. Understand how these two things fit together. I think that's what that really means. I mean, it is directly like connotated from the like actual art of war, the book, but it can be applied to so many different things.
Yeah, and the enemy's not necessarily a person; it might be you.
Yeah.
My adult children are all worried that UT will make me go down a conspiracy rabbit
hole.
Yes, thank you.
Rabbit.
Seeing words that are not there. YouTube would make me go down conspiracy hellhole. It could. Sometimes it does, but it's fun. Yeah, it's a good way to kind of escape. I will say, sometimes
I have had a lot of the ways I previously thought challenged by being on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Laura Christina Lens is what helps one form their basis for opinion. It surprises me when people get offended by questions. Yeah, that's another thing we were discussing last night, actually. If you don't like, if you do something like this, you are going to get questions, and people tend to listen to every word you say, and everybody on the planet misspeaks.
Most people,
or you think you said something, and everybody heard something completely different. So that can be a little bit
true
too.
Most people are also really afraid to admit publicly that, oh, that's a great question. I never thought about that. I don't have the answer to that question because I had never considered that until now. And that's why people get offended or defensive, because they had never considered your point, and then all of a sudden they're on the defensive because they're not the authoritative source. If you're talking to somebody like that and they get offended, you're probably not having a good faith discussion in the first place.
Yeah, and two, you have I had who I love her clumsy clairvoyant on a few weeks ago and let her read my cards, which I was a little nervous about doing, but I was like, to heck with it, go ahead. So, my impressions of a lot of that based on, combination of what I was taught and what I've seen. And, I kind of went into it with, okay, I don't know if any of this is true or none of it's true. Tell me how this works. Because I don't know how this works, but how she feels it works someone else may have a different approach to it. I just think it's interesting to kind of hear.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah. Well, Kendra, it may surprise you what videos you put up that will be the most popular. It may change the direction of your channel. Yeah. I've got this silly little, it's on my other channel now. Silly little where my youngest female dog was furious because the puppy was gone. Well, the puppy was at the vet getting fixed and she wanted me to bring him home like now. That thing got 15,000 views.
Oh my God.
It was a 20-second.
Is this a Mandela effect?
No.
I'm sorry. I just totally.
It's a 20-second video. I mean, it was like, seriously?
This comment right here in the chat distracted me, and
which comment? I'm probably not. Am I too?
The one right underneath the one you're the instant karmas. That one. Is that a Mandela? Because I remember Teddy Roosevelt.
That's Teddy Roosevelt.
Well,
yes, Teddy Roosevelt said that.
It is a Mandela thing. So speak softly but carry a big stick. Yeah. Teddy Roosevelt did say it.
Yep.
Yeah. Some people believe Winston Churchill said it. Some people believe that Winston Churchill and Teddy Roosevelt are the same person.
Well,
same belly. Same belly.
I mean, if you look at them, they look like they could be related tangentially, but other than that, no.
Only stupid question is one that's never asked.
Absolutely.
We say that, but we really have to mean it when we say it. Meaning, if someone else asks a question that's way out there and we don't give them the grace to be able to ask that question, then we've missed the chance that when it's our turn and we really don't know something, we should for someone to treat us well. Instant Karma, I have tons of John Lennon and or Maya Angelou. Yep. I'm sorry if I'm missing some. The chat's kind of going a little quicker. I thought it was Winston Churchill. You're not the only one that thought that. But yeah, he's right. So let's see. I agree with Diane S. Loftus and Lady Magdala. We'd love to see and support you at Vicki T.
There you go, Vic.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone who thinks that even the greatest streamers were born to stream, go on Joe Rogan's channel, his YouTube channel, where all his old videos before he went to Spotify still exist. Go watch the first 30, 40, 50 episodes. It's trash. All of it. Complete garbage.
Yeah.
I think all of us go back and look at the beginning. We're like, oh my gosh. I had no idea what I was doing. Yeah,
I was doing 3-hour videos.
I'm still in my beginning, so I can't go back and look at what I was doing.
Yeah, just do it then. Do every idea you have because you already know it's not going to be something you're ever going to be stoked about.
Yeah, I like what Joe says on Good Logic a lot. At the very least, his grandkids will be able to see it and kind of know what he was about versus what someone else tells that they're about. I've Tish in Tennessee. I've thrown in all links. Thank you, but I can't find Shelly's to put in the chat. It's in the description, and I've got hers up there. It's under
Talking Trash and Truths.
Talking Trash and Truths. Yeah, it's in the description, so we can find it there. Yeah, The other thing about the biggest thing with YouTube too is don't go overboard at first, and make sure you know what can get you into trouble. Some things are worth getting into trouble over, but some things are not. Not too long ago, Scott and I were doing a video thing. We had George Michael's video up with no sound whatsoever, none. And we were doing commentary on it, and YouTube took us off. Even though we were well within the guidelines, that still happens, right?
That's what makes me nervous about using any kind of visuals in my videos. I already have to contend with my mouth. So it's like I'm already 2 strikes out.
Like I have a membership through with Epic Sound for music, but I don't use it anymore because if I'm going to put music in, I just use YouTube's music because they'll strike you even though you've got something. I've heard do not play Prince. YouTube will strike you fast. Actually, if you play any music, YouTube will pretty much strike you. I don't usually have trouble with like my opening intros because I had somebody write that for me. But they'll strike you on music pretty quickly.
Auto strike.
How many?
Then...
I sometimes put music in the shorts, right? You can do that, but sometimes I put music in at the very end of my video, so like 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Sometimes I'll put like 4 seconds and then another 3 or 4 seconds together to get it to say what I want, and I haven't had any problems with that because it's literally and it's always it's never the visual.
You're not giving the algorithm nearly enough to pick up.
Yeah. And there's also something about, you have to watch now with the new terms. You have to watch profanity in the first 7 minutes.
7 seconds.
15? Yeah, first.
Is it 7 seconds? Is it that short? I thought it was 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's second. It's seconds.
It's not minutes. It's seconds.
No.
Yeah,
no.
and the algorithm. Oh my God, you can try to figure it out, but you're never going to figure it out. The minute you've got something figured out, then they're going to change it.
Every time.
Yeah, and some of the channels that do show music, or music videos a lot, they get licenses for it, but the licensing is expensive. So that's not something you want to do.
Laura said with her mouth, me too, Shelly, me too. Well, if you got a mouth like mine, come over to my channel. You'll feel right at home.
Don't change your channel.
Because I'm actually being very good.
Yes. Well, you don't have to be good. You know that.
No. My first time on your channel, I want to come back.
Yeah, I want you to come back too. You have open invitation. And don't name your channel anything remotely close to any name that is trademarked. I've learned, yes. And by the way, sometimes I know Scott, we did this not too long ago, that everybody changed their name just for a fun I don't remember if it was Captain Corey or Normies or whatever it was. There's a limit to how many times you can change your name, and you're stuck with it for a while. So kind of really put some thought into names. That being said, you can have several different YouTube channels too. So like I've got one that's just my dogs, that sometimes if I kind of don't want people to know I'm there, I just kind of go through that one. And that's because a lot of times
that's what happens when you're a lurker.
Yeah, but here's the thing. A lot of times I'm working and I have it on, and people will ask me stuff or talk to me, and I don't see it because I'm just listening to it. So if I know that all I can do is listen, then I'm going to go through the other channel name, because I don't want anyone to think I'm ignoring you.
I'm almost certain I saw that name in chat earlier today when I was on with Cool Frog, and I thought about you when I did. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I was using that one because I couldn't, because I mean, I'm Southern lady. I don't want to be impolite, but people ask me a question or tag me in something, and I don't know it's there, so I just go in through that other channel when I do that. Even if they hear music in the background, yes. The other thing is, if you get to the point where you do get monetized, which means you get pennies for your videos that are seen, quite literally, make sure, even if they initially they took monetization away from me, saying that I was copying other people's content. Well, what's funny is at the time it was literally 100% my boxers, in my house. There was nothing that wasn't.
That's ridiculous.
It was dogs.
Yeah,
boxer dogs.
It was all of it was my boxer dogs, because now, like I said, I pushed them to a different channel that I'm just kind of now starting. But Hayden with his channel name just left me. Aussie Overlord. Yeah.
Aussie Overlord. It was Law Patrol.
Yeah, it was Law Patrol before. Yeah, he helped me fight him on it and help create a video to get in there and say, hey, these are my dogs. They are literally at my feet. So
good for Hayden.
Yeah, they did. They said that I was reusing 100% reuse content with that commentary. I'm like, how else can you commentary, Terry? They're
dogs.
They're learning learning to
Damn it, you owe your dogs royalties because they did all the work.
Yeah.
You didn't even do any commentary over it. It's their content. Pay them.
You know how much money we all spend on our pets.
Yeah. And
God, my cats wait for the packages because they know something's there for them.
I don't even like adding the line item in the budget for 4 dogs. You can imagine. Although I do cook for them a lot, which is a lot cheaper. And that's one of the things I want to do a video on, because I've got a dog food recipe that's better than anything commercial and cheap.
Ooh,
but
nice.
What is your base?
It depends. Whatever meat is on sale.
Huh.
That's fair.
So yeah, whatever meat's on
And
sale.
no peanut fillers. Look at that.
No fillers, no anything. I think you can use up to 10 seconds approximately a piece of music legally. After that, it's under copyright. You're in trouble. Sort of. Again, I just tend to steer away from music as much as I can. Big Brother is very strict, even within private. Yeah, and it's not like a person is going in and doing it. They have a lot of it set up animated. So I mean,
automated.
Animated took me a second. I was like, animated. That is
Automated.
like animated, right?
Automated that will make you animated. But
Yeah.
Melania's back there just striking us left and right.
Yeah, and you'll be surprised because you know sometimes your co-creators will strike you for no reason too.
I know, it's weird.
Never happens to anyone I've known. Yeah, Chris Mullins, if you'll put that in chat, I'll put it in the comments as well. Let's see what else. That's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. I was kind of mad. But like I said, Hayden really helped me with it. He wrote a letter and kind of helped. Kay, my comments don't even show up in here other than this. Oh well, it's mind over matter because I don't mind, and it doesn't matter. Kay, you are more than welcome to come in if you would like to. I would love it if you do. I'd like to hear what say.
Ooh, if you came on this one, I would love to rub it in Cool Frog's face. Come on, do it.
Oh, that would be
do it.
That would be. I don't think Kay wants to be on stream, and some people just want to observe.
Cool
Some
Frog
people
was
don't
in
want
the
to
chat.
participate.
I don't know if he left.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still there or not, but that would be okay. You have an open invitation to come anytime you would like.
It would be extremely hilarious.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God.
So
and if we could get Moose Maneuver on too, that would be great.
I mean, we are going to get Moose Maneuver on at some point.
We are going to.
He and I are going to practice backstage on my channel.
That would be
that sounds like a great plan,
awesome.
Actually.
Yeah. I actually have a dance video with an old group that I need to get cleared because the music was for performance. Hard to record dancing without the music. Yeah.
They just look silly.
Just look silly. or look like they're on another planet.
Wait, I think there was a lawsuit about that, right? The Universal, Lens of Universal was the one where the Prince video was in the background, or the song was in the background, and they said that it was fine to use because the principal use of the video wasn't to showcase the song, but whatever was happening in front of the song. So I wouldn't mess with it because it's not my thing, but there is. I mean, I don't know if you want to.
Fair use is.
You have to start quoting lawsuits. It's probably something I would steer away from.
Yeah.
Like if your justification includes like a lawsuit.
We have to jump through enough hoops. Like, leave that one out.
Yeah. And there's a few rules I have for myself. Like I won't give any information about another creator that they don't want out there. So if I know someone's name, you see one of the dogs in the background. If I know someone's actual name and they don't want it said, you'll never hear me say it live. Try to never raise my voice, even if I feel like my blood pressure is going up because of a comment. That's when I choose not to say something because I don't want to ever be ugly. Allegra, did you see the one right above before the last one? Hang on. Okay, I'm going to try to find your comment. I only see one, and I apologize.
Well, we found out. I'll just leave.
Yep.
I scrolled up and I don't see any K because I looked for the little pink K just quickly and I don't see any except for the one she said you can see this. I literally don't see it anywhere.
Yeah.
I made sure I was on live chat. She's right. I wonder what's going on.
Yeah, I've got it on my iPhone over here. I can see it there, but I can't see it here, which is
not in chat.
Like I said, StreamYard is not my friend this week. It's kind of like no.
I mean, is it ever?
Well, I can
Allegra only sees one. Yeah, you don't want to dox somebody. Yeah, because it can get dangerous. I mean, there are some creators like bless his heart, that Umbrella guy. I mean, he's been doxed so much that he pretty much is like he'll tell you where he is at any given time. Which you know, they've had people call and end up reporting him for.
Well, you know what he says. Come on, come see me. My doorbell reloads.
My doorbell reloads. Yeah. Let's see.
That's probably not something you actually want to say on a live stream.
In Tennessee, sure.
On YouTube.
In Tennessee, sure.
I mean, on YouTube.
Yeah, but I think he says it after he's been on a couple of hours, and there is something about a 2-hour magic because after a while.
Yeah, I heard him say it on Nick Rekieta's, and I mean, YouTube still don't like that kind of talk.
No, they don't. Squad Bob,
really
thank you
don't.
for gifting a membership. I appreciate that.
And I hate the fact that I would have to like recommend you don't use free speech because I'm 100% free speech advocate. LOL. But this is not a free speech platform.
No. Yeah, Squad Bob, thank you for giving the gifted memberships. I mean, you can say things, but then YouTube can decide whether or not you can stay on their platform or
make money off of any of it, or get seen by anybody, get promoted. Like they can do all types of things.
Yeah. And that's kind of why, when I start, I'm really clear that, hey, I'm not a lawyer, even though, of course, I grew up working for my dad in the law office. I'm not giving you advice. I'm not giving you medical advice. It's all my own opinion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because I like hearing from people that are like me. They're just kind of the layman of stuff. But you have to be careful. Some channels kind of go overboard because you don't want to tell anybody to do something dangerous. Or something that could hurt them.
Right.
Love to get your dog food recipe. I will put that up. If you follow me on Twitter, it's Tish in Tennessee 1, and I will put it on as soon as I've got it up. Turn on gift reception, peeps. Yes. Depending on what device you're using, being able to receive the gifts is you have to opt into it. So Haley Mouse, they decide what's appropriate. Yes, and they're always changing their mind on what they think is appropriate too.
Yes.
Because I see some channels that are just basically borderline soft porn, borderline, great, and they keep going. And they keep
they're
going.
monetized.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they keep going.
Naked yoga? Hello.
Educational.
It's educational.
Okay, that's what I meant. See, I'm seeing you on that one, Kay. So I don't know. Divinity, any ideas? Because you're not seeing it either.
I have no idea. I mean, I can't. Sometimes, if it's, I haven't never noticed it in a live chat that you can't say certain things that your mods can't see. You know how sometimes she'll block 3 white hearts in a row or something benign.
We're not mods on this.
But her mods are here, and she can see it on her, and she's saying she doesn't see it. So it sounds like
I had that same issue. Was it on Shizzes or Frogs? I'm mod on both, but yeah, I was seeing stuff that was popping up in StreamYards that one of them were seeing, and it's like, no, I'm not seeing any of that. Now, I think it was Cool Frogs the other day.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a blue wrench. I don't see a thing. YouTube is grabbing this. I think it might be that sometimes there is just a technical difficulty. Like I'll start talking and YouTube will be like, sorry, error, can't do that, red X.
Yeah.
I'll say the same thing again 30 seconds later, and it'll be just fine.
Yes, it does mean that.
And I will tell you this, because I'm mod, I forgot how many channels, it's a lot of them. But one thing about chat too that a lot of people don't realize is the emojis and stuff are great, but if you put in too many, then it makes the chat go on steroids. And it goes so fast that no one can see anything. And yes, the creator can put it in slow mode, but that doesn't always work either. So it can be interesting. Does that mean I can start a topless Tara channel? Probably. Yeah.
Definitely can't do 3 white hearts.
Yeah. Yes. Tish is not giving legal or medical advice, nor her co-hosts. These are all their opinions. Please consult your own lawyers, doctors, therapists, or psychics. I love that. I love the psychic part.
Bathroom attendants,
local politicians,
YouTubers,
the garbage man,
your mailman, or person, or whatever we call it now.
There you go.
So, Kay, I have a way to solve that problem. If you would just come on, then we could hear you, not just see you. I don't want to pressure somebody that doesn't want to, but I love comments in chat, and I hate that they're not coming up. So mods are scum. Be nice. Mods are not scum. And they're volunteering, and a lot of times there's not a clear You have one creator that wants it one way, one creator wants another, and sometimes they don't tell you what they want.
4 white hearts, perfectly fine. 3 white hearts, not okay.
Yeah.
Can you guess why?
Why?
Because they have assumed each white heart as the symbolic replacement for a certain letter.
Oh.
Really?
The letter K. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What? I would not associate a heart with that group at all.
I looked into it. Yeah, I couldn't find out why they do it.
I mean, you can do 2, you can do 1, you can do 4, you cannot do 3.
That's insane. I did not know that.
Imagine that.
So no 3 hearts. Yeah, consult your
typical.
psychics.
Wow.
And if you are looking for one, Clumsy Karma has a channel that she does a lot of live streams on. So if you can catch her, I'll put that down too.
Clumsy Clairvoyant? Yeah, I'm a mod on her channel too.
Bronca sucks. Is
awesome.
Farron here?
That's funny.
Not that I'm
That is
aware
a great
of.
picture of Mr. Andrew Bronca though. Like I love that photo.
That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Not nice. I'm on several channels. Yeah, and they're volunteering. Like they really don't think they get out of it is trying to help the creator. So, and it can be hard because you try to balance the sarcasm and the trying to start a conversation over somebody really trying to be mean to somebody, and it can be. And some people have a banter back and forth. And Scott and I are in a chat together. We'll get into something, and if you were outside looking in, you may think we're arguing. We're not arguing at all. He's like a brother of one of my kids, right? So it can be kind of tricky. Let's see. Exactly. They volunteer to be scum. It's pathetic. No, we appreciate mods. Thank you.
That picture
very
he looks
much.
like he's trying to sell me insurance.
He does, yeah.
Life insurance specifically.
Or
can I sell you encyclopedias, ma'am?
Or pre-sale burial plans. That's the other.
Yeah.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, that's all part of life insurance, isn't it?
No, it's separate from. I actually used to have a license for life insurance. It's separate. So I used to sell it, sort of.
But that's the picture you put on the park bench that people sit on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gotta have some respect for the mods, please. So,
mods are great. I mod for a bunch of people.
Go to chats with Adam and see how smoothly they run. You're not wrong on that. It can get kind of interesting on some of them because people.
And they also have to let a lot of like normal shit through because Susan.
That is what a lot of people don't know is what they don't see is being held by YouTube being allowed by mods because mods actually believe in the expression of thought and channel creators as well.
Yeah.
Like, I spend more time.
That sucks the other day and they held it. I was like, really?
I spend more time clicking allow than I will ever spend clicking suspend.
Well, and if your channel is set up where, and I learned this the other day the hard way, to hold inappropriate comments, sometimes those comments won't come through at all. And we were in a situation on one of Scott's stream where I finally had to stop and say, guys, the mods, unless you are actually an editor on the channel, cannot kick somebody off. So if you got kicked off, it's something with YouTube or it's something else. And if you'll IM me, I'll try to help you through it. But the mods
I am
definitely, cannot do that.
Year 2000. Yeah. I used to love IMs. AOL was the shit.
Hang on.
I haven't heard that in a minute.
Sorry, we're having a conversation back here.
Just slide my DMs. It'll be fine.
Put your IM in the DM.
Yeah, put your IM in the DM.
I am in the DM. Bronca sex, you're fine. You can have an opinion. No problem with that at all. But yeah, this person really thought that a mod kicked her off of all of Scott's stuff, and nobody did that. So
only YouTube can do that. I've been hidden on certain channels. I'm not gonna point any fingers. Legal mindset. But they can't actually like unsubscribe you from the channel. Like you can still watch. You can even still chat. Nobody can see your chats.
But you can feel like you're making a contribution.
And feel like it is. Yeah.
But you can't.
like you're
the only person that can unsubscribe you from a channel is YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hold anything on mine. I just
I
let
hate
everything through.
Somebody be like, she's been deleting my comments because something. I'm like, dude, I didn't delete any of your comments. And then I go like just to check, because if a mod will remove a comment, it'll
go
still go to my held for review.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I can go in and it'll say like, hey, this mod held. And I don't even see that. I'm like, well, you didn't. Either you said something that was outrageous and Susan's not even letting me see it, or you're making this up.
For attention.
Yeah, because literally the channel creator can do it. And I think you can add maybe an admin to your channel. I don't know, but
you can add an admin.
It was Andrew himself hid me on his channel.
Right. You can be hidden. I'm just talking about some people think that things are going on, and they might be, but it's not the creator.
Yeah.
And then we had a conversation about
Cool Frog
why
administrative power on my channel.
Yeah, I've got one person that has administrative power on my channel. So
and on my what is it? The StreamYard. That's why he goes in. He likes to go in and change all the names and everything. And I'm like, what did he do? So.
Yeah. And you can also there's certain letter combinations you can keep out to try to keep all the little bots out.
Spam bots out.
Yeah, spam bots out. Which I did that finally.
A good combination to just ban
Mr.
out,
Terrible, if I were a man, I would ban people for being too milk toast.
Well, you're boring. You're out.
You're going to find that most of the world is milk toast especially on YouTube. We have learned to be trained to be good little singing and dancing monkeys for the algorithm.
Yeah.
We're performing. Yeah. Everybody knows what we really mean.
Yep.
We all know the underlying.
I did a short about it.
That's why you hear people come up with different words for things like coof or there's certain words that you can't say.
Unalive.
Unalive. Yep. And then they start getting, hey, yeeted. They're using this word for this, and then we have to change
yeeted.
It.
Grape.
Yeeted. What?
Self-deleted.
The good old grape.
Grape.
Yep, grape.
All the things. So
you feel dumb the first 2 or 3 times you have to do it, and then it just becomes habit.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one.
Instant karma.
I still apologize when I do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, I'm not trying to act dumb or be silly for you, but
I just
YouTube gods have said I cannot say this.
Add this to what Instant Karma just said. You can take that and you can put the people just north of them on the exact same list.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know the folks that live right north of China? Yeah, the ones that are currently doing the combat with Ukraine. Yeah, they're going to be on that exact same list when that starts.
Yeah.
This is very World War II vibes, though.
Oh yeah,
it is. It
is.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed, and just the
Who
idea that.
Sorry.
Only this time we get to be the Axis.
Well, I was going to say, there's someone who said, maybe it was, I don't know, Einstein or somebody, that they like, I don't know what weapons World War III will be fought with, but World War IV
will be fought with rocks and sticks. Rocks and sticks, yes.
Rocks and sticks.
And that was Einstein, as far as I remember.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
I think, what's his name? The psychic in Kentucky, Casey, said the same thing.
Yeah.
So, never excite China enough to go to work. We were submissive to China. I mean, we get a lot of stuff. I do think it's funny just seeing the balloon come through. It's like, what in the world?
That's the problem. I think we're too submissive.
And yes, I think China has great ambitions of being the leader of the new world order. So
you see the order they have over there, they could easily do that over here.
Yeah. Well, and as many problems as we have.
The word easily is very subjective. Count the number of firearms in this nation before you say easy. Like, they could hypothetically do it. It will not be easy. It will not be done tomorrow either.
You're thinking that they're going to invade like ground forces. They're not.
Oh, absolutely not. It's subversive. It's all subversive.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to be gone. 100%. They're going to bulldoze right through the whole United States. Like,
well, they're trying to raise a whole generation of people who want that. They're like, no, tell me what to do. Give me basic income. I'll get my great social credit score. Everything's going to be wonderful. They can't wait to be China. They're ridiculous. They don't know what it's like.
They're getting closer and closer.
I am not a chick who likes to be told what to do.
No, I couldn't help but think, that old 80s song, that 99 Left Balloons?
Yeah.
When we saw that, that's what I don't know why, but that's what I instantly thought of is, okay, this is going to be fun. But it's crazy. Edgar Casey, yeah, that's who I was talking about. Talked about a man with a blue turban. Yeah. Yep.
I was saying it today. I don't remember there not being a war, like in my lifetime.
No.
Like I was born during the Vietnam War, and then
we haven't been in a no shit war since World War II. So when you say war, what you mean is very isolated local conflict.
Yes.
A battle, a conflict.
But I mean, war is war, not a world war. I didn't say
right.
world. There's a difference.
But I mean, when you say we haven't been in a war, like we've been in other people's wars.
No, I said
we've always been at war.
Yeah.
Not been at war.
Not been at war.
In my whole life. Like, I don't know what peacetime actually feels like.
No, and you
because
probably
we're always
won't.
doing something.
Good night, Diane.
Good night, Diane.
Thank you for stopping in.
If you look at human history, it is mostly written in blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
But I mean, and I
in blood all the way across.
I see where Shelley's going though, because I can say several things. I remember Gulf Storm. I remember where I was Persian. I remember even just events like the Branch Davidian. I remember that. I remember where I was with
Fallujah.
There were issues with Lebanon,
but my
Somalia.
But with my kids, there are so many of them that there's not really as much of that. I remember where I was when, because I think David was in elementary school when 9/11 hit, and it's just been one thing after that. And it's not. I don't know if it's necessarily that it's worse or it's in our living rooms all the time. But I can remember where I was with things that just shocked me, and now nothing really shocks them.
But Truman said it.
He
said, "Beware the military industrial complex." He knew.
Squad bug. Lots of folks don't know we have several duel of robot squabs to attack at radius. I don't know, but if your robotic squab is anything like my Roomba, it's not there yet. So just saying.
If
it's going to kill me, but it's stuck on the edge of the rug.
I wanted to add to
right.
I want to add to what Shelley just said. Beware the military-industrial complex. If you call it a complex, an institution, a system, or a government agency, you should always beware of it. It's not your friend.
No.
Like if you talk about the medical institution, the financial institutions, like if it's called a complex, an institution, government agency, what is the third one?
Or the institution, agency,
a bureau.
That's always that you're never gonna have a bureau that's not a government agency. So that's already included in the fourth system.
Instant karma. I do want to recognize this. That my husband's a Vietnam vet. Had two brothers also in that, and then skipping down, one brother died and the other was crippled. Tell your husband thank you for his service, and I'm sorry what happened to his brothers, because I'm telling you, people that are willing to go do that,
because I'm not
our heroes. Because
nope. Yeah, all these women want to be in the military. Go ahead, but no, wouldn't be me. I was thankful that they didn't draft women.
Yeah,
because I'm not going.
Yep.
First bug that lands on me, I'll faint. Nope, done.
Vietnam is supposed to be a police action. Not sure it ever changed. Chris Mullen K, I can see your comments.
The terminology is what changed. The actions never actually changed. No. We just change how we word things to subjugate things like the Geneva Convention and international treaties and such things. Because if we declare war, you are held to a certain set of rules. If you declare like a police action or a military intervention, then you're not subject to the declaration of wars.
Yeah. Yeah, when he came home, he was called a baby killer and trashed him. That is one thing that has changed. That I think is a good change. But is that we're not blaming the people that were sent.
Yeah. But that had a lot to do with the social movement at the time. Yeah. And they went too far with it. You don't blame the soldier, you blame the people sending them.
People say, Darth, this one's for you. I've never heard Darth sound so reasonable.
Do you listen to me very much?
It's early. So,
I'm curious because sometimes
he's usually good when he's on my channel. We have deep in-depth discussions.
I always like to think I'm reasonable, and I always try to be reasonable. It's just
lately you've been very reasonable. I'm so proud.
You have been very reasonable. I find you reasonable. Was there war between World War I and World War II? So to make up for it, they threw in the Great Depression. Always seems to have something. Peace appears to be the enemy of the governments. Well, I mean,
they kind of had the Depression, so that threw a monkey wrench in the works.
the word government actually hard translates to the monopoly on force, because that is what a government's actual true purpose is to keep the peace.
Right.
Everything our government does is aside from more like like you're supposed to be the keepers of the peace so that there's not constant chaos and turmoil. Yeah. So, I mean,
ideally, if you have a government that doesn't abuse its power, then that's what you get. But we don't have those because power corrupts.
I just now made a comment. Not being able to join. Didn't show up screen. I tell ones to go through, and don't show on my screen. Okay, I don't know, but you can join without turning your camera on. You just turn it off when you go into settings. You go up to camera, and then you
it'll turn it on automatically. You just hit stop camera.
Stop camera. Yeah.
Yep. That's all.
I think
and then we'll just have your audio.
Years ago, and collapsed in my arms and sobbed. I was the first person in decades to say something kind. Oh, that's awful. Wow.
Yeah, Mr. Terrible.
There was a lot of significant anti-war rhetoric after Vietnam.
I love you.
Because the media had gone well out of their way to paint what we were doing as unjust, and it might have been. I wasn't alive then, so I wouldn't know. I didn't have to be there. But I know the media has been lying to us for longer than I've been alive, so why were we there in the first place? What did we have to gain from intervening between a civil war between the North Vietnamese and the South Vietnamese? Did they come intervene when we had our civil war between the North and the South? No. So what were we doing there?
Enable like camera and
when somebody dies, cleaning up getting out their apartment.
No, what we were doing there is we were trying to stop the spread of the influence of the Soviet Union. We were there trying to stop spreading communism, and until the Soviet Union fell, well, after that, we kept intervening in all these little squabbles over there, like the Korean War, Vietnam War, because we were trying to stop the spread.
How did we make out?
The Soviet Union fell and communism spread to us.
Not because of those two wars.
Not on us.
No.
Allegra does have a point.
Nothing to do with it.
You can put a tape over the camera. And
they were
the tape. Yeah,
my grandmother's like, they're afraid of a cowboy actor.
A cowboy actor. I love that. Because of Reagan. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Let me see if I can open Discord. I would know nothing about Discord if it wasn't Divinity. I was like, what is this thing? Please tell me how to. I mean, I sound like such a boomer when I said that, but I'm like, I don't know if I want to learn something else. And she's like, you can learn. I'm like, yeah, how about you just tell me what to do? And then we'll be okay. So, yeah, definitely. So,
and Bronco sucks. I came for boxers, but this is good too.
Yeah. Came for boxers. Well, they're sleeping. So, they're always. These two are always sleeping.
Lazy Sunday.
I have 3. I don't know where the 4th one is. I always get worried when they're quiet because that usually means something
destruction.
bad. Something's broken. Yeah, something broken.
It's the same with children.
Yeah, same with kids.
To comment on, I came for boxers. Bronca sucks specifically. Oh damn it! I lost my thought. Skip me.
Skipped.
Okay. I say things wrong and rude chatters come at me. Yeah, they can. I mean, we gotta have grace for everybody. And when you're typing, sometimes I'll type a comment and autocorrect will change it for me. It's like that is not what I meant to put in there. So yeah.
I ask my chat. I'm like, can you elaborate on that question? I don't know if I'm getting you right because I don't want to like go off on them. And usually it's because they misspoke.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, very often. Very often.
And it's always hard to tell text through speech.
Yeah, the tone doesn't always come through. Some people, when you know them, you can hear how they say it.
Right.
But if you don't know them, you're like, why is he coming at me hard like this?
Sometimes a lot of what you have to say is more about the way you phrase it. Because you can say something and you can phrase it a completely different way and get like send the exact same message, but get two very different results.
I'm a certified hypnotist and a mindfulness coach. I'm working on developing a program to present to local VA to help vets. That is amazing. That's something else along with the dreams and divinity that's always kind of got me is the hypnotism.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've had a few
try to go to sleep.
I've had a few try to hypnotize me and it doesn't quite work. So
well, that's what they say about Edgar Casey, the man you mentioned earlier. He said that he couldn't be hypnotized. He couldn't get to the third stage of suggestion where he was suggestible. So when he lost his voice, he eventually figured out what was happening because he could talk to the man under hypnosis, but he couldn't get his voice back when he came back out because he couldn't be suggested. The suggestions wouldn't work. So he went into the hypnotic state and told the guy what he needed to tell himself
to go
to make it work.
Oh,
to cure it.
I remember. I do remember what I was going to say to Bronca Sucks.
Hold on to it for a second. Along the same line, Dolores Cannon. Have you ever heard of her?
I don't think so.
She was she did hypnotherapy where I think she did past life regression and stuff like that. She's actually almost more interesting than Edgar Casey.
Oh, wow.
Past life regression is interesting. It is.
There are a variety of techniques to try, and Bronca Sucks, I'm unhypnotizable. I think I am too, because I've tried and just no.
Here's the difference for me. I can't do it with another person in the room. So a hypnotist cannot.
So you're not open to any suggestion.
No, it's that I don't.
Well, considering I'm surrounded by a bunch of people whose people group is not open to suggestion, I'm not surprised.
No, Darth. When you have a history like mine, you do not let down that guard around another person.
I think I think that's what it is too. It's not a not wanting to listen to the suggestion. I'm very.
But the hypnosis tapes do work.
Yeah,
they have them on YouTube and everything. They do work.
I do meditate. I mean, I do meditate and all that thing. I think my problem is I'm not willing to give someone else control over me.
Yes, exactly.
Not willing to. It's not about the not willing to listen to someone else's suggestion. It's just I can't. There's something that blocks completely where I can't let that go.
You have a survival instinct.
Yeah, I can't let that go
away.
Yeah.
Now I do meditate. I've started doing that more recently, and I sleep better when I do it. But
hypnosis helps because it relaxes me from my toes all the way up, and I could block out pain.
Yeah, well, Kendra, that is awesome because PTSD is horrible, and there's a lot of people that people want to almost be sarcastic with it too, saying everybody supposedly has it now, but how I may go through one thing and it affects me one way, and Darth may go through the same thing and it affects me another way. It doesn't make either one more real or less real.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
It just.
But we're both going to react to it very differently.
Very differently, and you bring and for what I may think, okay, that wouldn't cause PTSD for me. Be careful if you think it wouldn't, because you really don't know until you go through something. It's very easy from the outside looking in to make a judgment on what you would or not do. But I think people will do anything under the right or wrong circumstances. You just haven't been hit with it yet. Working with a hypnotist is similar to working with a therapist. You find one you connect with. And all hypnosis is self-hypnosis. You're always in control. Yeah, I know that, but I think my fear is that it won't be. I don't know.
But there's also, like, for instance, in my waking life, I'm not suggestible. I'm just not. People are like, you're, what do you call it, Darth, when you call me?
What? How do I call it?
The opposite of being suggestible. You always say, like, I'm contrary or something. It's like, no, I just
You
don't. If
are
you tell me
contrarian.
something's awesome, I'm like, well, I'll try it first. Like, actually, if you tell me a movie's really, really funny, best movie ever, I'm gonna hype it up too much. So I just don't. I'm like, we'll see. And then I watch it.
There are
I don't know. I'm
certain
just not
concepts.
suggestible in real life either. I like to be in control of that.
There are certain concepts that if you already have a preconceived notion, you're extremely just doubtful and definitely resistant would be the word I would use.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have an opinion, like, you're open to suggestions. But if you already have a preconceived notion about something, there's probably no telling you about it.
But I don't know that divinity, from what I've seen, and again, we haven't known each other that long, that it's really not preconceived as much as it's pre-investigated to come to that conclusion. Does that make sense?
That is exactly my point. But it's preconceived from the beginning of the conversation. You might have done your investigations, but you did your investigations from your own viewpoint, your own perspective.
Right. And
I
when I
do
ask
my
people about
investigations
they're
from
like,
mine.
We can't have this talk because you just had too many questions. It's like, well, okay, I guess.
Squad Box says lie detectors are button too. I've had trained professional examination. I've been told I was lying when I was not, and truthful when I was like, yeah. They're tools. They're definitely not 100%. My husband took the one of the few first voice analysis training for that. I mean, he would agree with you there. Let's see. Instant Karma. Sorry, I missed it. The Funko Pop. Got it. PTSD is a first world problem. I'm very, very poor village in which PTSD was one of our main issues. Give me a break. And I agree with you. Everybody's normal is different, right? So, very poor village. Let's see.
PTSD has been around forever. It's
just different names. Shell shock.
Yeah. Thank you for the
like. It's just different names.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's called your feelings after a situation that really tested your.
It depends how embedded it is in you. Yeah.
Well, and if it depends again, your environment
because you relive it.
Right. Have you ever seen a commercial for pizza, then craved pizza? Have you ever been in love? Love is a state of trance.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I've learned self-hypnosis many years ago. It's amazing. Yeah, Mr. Tarot, love is a state of a trance. What about hate? I mean,
well,
oh my
Mr.
God.
Chair,
that's actually a good question.
Sorry, Tish.
That's actually a good question. If love is a trance, what is hate?
I don't feel hatred.
The breaking of that trance.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the
opposite of trance.
No, it's breaking trance.
What if love is just like our resting state and hate is the trance?
Ooh.
Or what if just like
this is the shit that she does.
Yeah, or what if our being awake is actually the dream and a dream's the reality?
Oh yeah.
Mr. Terrible says hate is love on steroids.
I can't drive very well.
I would say hate is love inverted, like as in a mirror. It's reversed, but it's not different.
It's two sides of the same coin.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. And definitely what Allegra said, mental health topics are hot button trigger issues. Please self-care for anyone needs. Yeah. And if this is making you uncomfortable, it's not going to hurt my feelings if you decide the stream is not something you need to listen to right now, because we definitely don't want to, trigger anybody. It's just a conversation. Oh, no. And I am an Funko Pop right now, but they want over $100 for it. Oh my gosh. Those little things are kind of scary. Shell shock was for people in combat, though. Some people with PTSD were not even combat.
That depends on your definition of combat.
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing. He's talking about like literal like
talking about bombs
combat.
going off when they had like landmines and stuff like that.
Who are experiencing PTSD over mean tweets have never struggled for anything in their life.
No.
So when someone was first mean to them, they were like 17, 18, 20 years old, and someone finally told them no. It's a traumatic experience to them because they've had such a soft life.
Yep.
When nobody gives into them, panic attacks are truly horrible. Yeah, they are. Like the movie The Happening, horrible. And step away from the Funko Pop.
Oh, I never knew that panic attacks could happen in your sleep.
Yeah, they can.
That was new for me.
Wait,
I didn't know
that first happened, and I get paralyzed. Oh.
But
we're all
CMS. We're still here. Yes.
We're all old enough to remember Beanie Babies, right? And the Beanie Baby craze of the 90s.
I still have a Junior Griffey Beanie Baby in my closet.
Right. Everybody who was selling them to a bunch of people who thought they were going to be super collectible and worth thousands and thousands of dollars in the future. Funko Pops is that. Don't buy into it. Just thinking that like, oh, this is a collectible, I should pay more for it because I can sell it for more later. Like, buy it for what it is if you want it that bad. But otherwise, don't fall into this trap. You should definitely head over
my channel.
But if you already have a giant,
it could help you.
Yeah.
If you have a giant collection already, you definitely need an M&M.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already collecting Funko Pops, you need a Slim Shady.
She's like, oh, do you want to eat or you want the M&M doll? What do you want to do this week?
Yeah, if you know,
live on ramen. If you're really dedicated,
I've paid stupid tax on things I've done in the thousands sometimes. So if it's something you really want, the Beanie Babies came out about the same time as the Gremlins, which
the
God.
Furbies.
Yeah,
I'm old enough that I have a Kusa.
Who?
Well,
no, it's Furbies, not Gremlins. Gremlins way preceded that.
Kusas were the Cabbage Patch Kids' pets.
I will tell you that.
Never heard of that.
Those Furby things, I will not have one of those suckers in my house.
I told
you, we took the batteries out.
I mean,
batteries out. Yeah, we took the batteries out in the thing. Yes, that's exactly what it did. Took the batteries out, put that thing in the closet, and it said, "I can still see you." And because it kept talking. My son wasn't home. My youngest wasn't home. It kept talking, and my stepson got tired of it talking, so he went and took the batteries out of it. I know he took the batteries out of it because I had to give him help to do it and put the thing in the closet and says, "I still see you." That thing did not last that night in our house.
No, I swear they're possessed.
No.
You hit Furbies with baseball bats and smash them till the
actually really hard
no
to
longer works.
Yeah, they are. I was like, no, that thing is leaving this house.
That's scary.
And I'm usually not that.
It's a mechanical malfunction. It's not a demon. They had a transistor in them that had a very hard capacity for holding a charge. Like, so you could take the batteries out and they will still keep talking for several hours.
I know that right here, right?
All right.
But when I put a toy in the closet and it starts talking back to me, I don't let my kids talk back to me. I'm not letting a toy talk back to me.
That's when you hit it with a bat.
So it didn't know that thing.
So it stops making noise.
He had a train that did the same thing. We took the batteries out of the train and the train still ran. I was like, that didn't last either. So yes, I know that and I knew that intelligently, but when a toy is talking to me through the door, it's like, no.
Yeah, it's a bad transistor that like the battery charged. Way overcharged.
My cousin's Teddy Ruxpin worked without that.
I have a Teddy Ruxpin.
Same thing.
That was creepy.
I think Pokemon and taxes are.
The answer is yes.
Which question?
The Pokemon craze will come to an end.
I don't know. I think it's the same as death and taxes. I think it's the only thing for certain.
Oh, I don't think it is. I think it will eventually run its course. It may take a lot longer.
Pokemon Go since I started YouTube.
I bought my niece PTS and Co-Pop in 2021 for, not sure what that is, 16. Went to get her another in the set.
Oh, Australian 16.
Australian 16, yeah. and went to get her another in the set years later, and they were 5 times the price. I bought her.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or talk her into selling hers, and maybe she can get
Backstreet Boys. No,
I have so many in my closet. So many.
the Funko Pops or the yeah.
Because people give them to me for a birthday. I have so many Deadpools and Batmans and every Marvel character you could think of. It's like whatever.
2XL
Those
robot. I don't think I
those
remember
would be
that.
the ones that are worth money in the future, though, because those are
That's
gonna
why
be
they're
the
in the
ones
closet and
that
not
are
in the garbage.
nostalgic.
you guys
Like,
want to know something?
What?
In the box.
I went to a Britney Spears concert one time in my life, and it was 8-year-old girls and 18-year-old boys, and then like whoever came with them, their mom, their grandpa.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I did see a Britney Spears. I don't know what made me think about that just now. I think he said, "Remember 2XL Robot," and I was like, I do remember going to a Britney Spears concert. That's not the same.
I don't.
Yeah. Sorry.
That is not the same. You're right.
Not quite. No, but
No, that's a little different. I don't know. Was a 2XL robot at a Britney Spears concert? That might be.
Oh no.
Just saying.
There are 2 Britney
there's
Funko Pops.
How do you accidentally buy 2 John Lennons?
The Cabbage Patch Kids. I remember those 2. Brittany had 2
Lord.
Funko Pops. Oh wow. Okay. Did not know that.
Oh, is it the old Brit? Oh, I have a Britney conspiracy theory. I don't believe current Britney Spears is old Britney Spears, and for several reasons. First of all, she doesn't look the same. She doesn't dance the same. Her face is different. Her teeth are different. Her legs are different.
So she became an adult finally?
Her voice is different. No, her voice is worse. She's becoming a child. If anything, it's happened. The wrong thing has happened.
Well, I don't actually listen to or like if something says Britney Spears on it, I just go ahead and leave that alone, as I always have. Sit me here next to Britney Spears, shit, Christina Aguilera better switch me chairs.
Oh my God, Eminem.
That's I do remember, because I mean.
So what do you think? What do you think? It's because of everything, or do you think she's a totally, like, literally a different person?
A body double?
An odd person?
Because there are people that think that is it Avril Lavigne and Taylor Swift are different people. That's not actually
them anymore. I don't know. I haven't looked into those 2. I'm not sure how it happened or why it would happen, but it's not just because she's older. Listen, her teeth were perfect. She's got $1 million to $1 billion, whatever. So she's not going to change them into, or she is, into the current version that she has. Why would you go from like making? It's like saying.
And Eminem and Vanilla Ice was a great ripoff of the Beastie Boys.
I'm sorry, but that's hilarious.
It's not a ripoff; it's a progression
of everyone else. So
I mean,
I don't know. It just seems like she's not the same human being.
No, I agree. She's very for somebody who fought so
there
hard.
we go. There's a good explanation.
Now,
literally.
Now, Haley Mouse did say, our teeth are constantly moved, so they're changing. Yeah, I kind of get.
Of course they do, but
and they use doubles. Yeah.
I mean, she could have had them capped.
You know who she looks like? She looks like her little sister. It looks like Jamie Lynn is playing Britney Spears.
She has had a really rough time, and I mean, who knows what physically she's been through, and the stuff that they had her on. I mean.
Yeah, but you don't.
Mr. Terrible, this statement gets your absolute nonsense of the day award.
Yeah, agreed.
And I will fight you on this. Like we can go into this all day long, but
sarcasm is strong with this one.
Vanilla Ice was a giant hack.
No.
Eminem has sold more records than anyone in hip hop ever.
Yeah.
It's not even close anymore. Tupac used to have the edge for a long time. Not anymore.
Grabs a hold of me nightly. Go ahead.
No.
How can medications get on our teeth? I guess what I meant was, she's had plastic surgeries and that kind of thing can change.
If you think those were her medications,
everything is perfect. Everything is so perfect. She just shows a gap in between her 2 front teeth, and maybe she idolizes somebody. Maybe she loves Madonna and is like, I'm doing the Madonna gap, and that's fine. But I just find it to be an interesting aesthetic change. Well,
Or could those be her real teeth and she just had caps over the top of them?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, and medicines can. My understanding is this is right. That medicines can weaken the gums, etc. But
sure. So
I
she
didn't
maybe.
speak
I
why
don't
it was.
know.
What did you not speak, Darthidius?
How what?
Better to say Vanilla Ice is better. Okay.
I didn't speak on why Eminem sold more records than any other hip hop musician in the history of the genre. Tupac used to have that record sale. He has unfortunately left this world. But to say Vanilla Ice is better than Eminem, which was the argument I was attacking, when Vanilla Ice has sold how many hundreds of thousands of records versus 100 million records? I'm sorry, you're just objectively not better.
I'm going to go ahead and agree with Darth Hideous. Clearly,
you.
Mr. Terrible doesn't know what he's talking about. He said Tupac, a drama school brat fraud.
He was actually a drama school brat fraud. That is actual because he wasn't a hood gangster, but he rapped hood gangster stuff. He was actually Lil Wayne too. Actually, a very well off after he got away from his mama. Like he went and got performing license. He never actually did any of the stuff he rapped about. This is all very, very well rehearsed and documented. It's not the same with Eminem. Like Eminem actually went through the stuff he raps about.
Yeah, he really did have a problem with Kim and his love life. He might as well have done country music.
I mean, his mom is mostly what I was referring to, like his childhood in a poor home. I mean, Tupac's
where
stuff
was
about
Tupac
his childhood
born?
in a poor home too. Compton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying his childhood wasn't great, but all that gangster stuff that he rapped about, he never did any of that.
Yeah, he never got shot.
Oh, he did get shot, but that was
so different songs before that.
That was before that. So this is a good question. Who is everyone's favorite singer or group?
That's tough.
That's too hard.
I will tell you the best concert I ever went to was a Billy Idol concert.
Ooh, best concert I ever went to was actually a group that most people here wouldn't know, Rise Against, the neo-political punk rock group, and they put on a show. I've never heard anyone that sounded better live than they do on record before I went to a Rise Against concert. And the sound was just amazing, and the atmosphere was phenomenal. Best time I ever had at a concert.
Yeah.
I'd taste that one.
It wasn't even that Billy Idol was my favorite singer by any stretch, but the concert was just that good.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
my first concert was In Excess, and it was terrible. It was the worst thing I'd ever gone to see in my life. It was horrible.
I went to Yellow Wolf, and that was god-awful.
But I will have to say probably the best group would be Pink Floyd. Because they had a laser light show out at Vanderbilt. That was pretty awesome. Chris Nolan said Beatles and John Lennon when I was younger. Divinity, what's the best concert or the best group?
I don't know. I somebody said Janet Jackson. I don't know. I could never pick. I would want somebody with a lot of music. I'd probably have to pick like Dylan just because I want to hear all my favorite songs. And he's, he might not be the best voice, but at least he's got all the best lyrics.
Yeah. Shelly, what about you?
I mean, Snow the Product makes the difference.
Snow the Product is probably my current. Like, I can't get enough of her, and she's dope. But
forever, I mean, that's the thing about favorites
I need a giant library. Is the problem?
Is like there's a huge difference between favorite and objective best, and the truth of the matter is, there is no objective best. And you might have like your lifetime favorite, but. Yeah. Are they really the objective best? Probably not. Because there is like it's art. There is no objective art.
She was the triple threat, and she's beautiful. I don't know if that's a threat, but it probably is.
I would have to say
factors in.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
That's okay. I'd have to say Heart too.
Heart. I love Heart. Anna Nancy Wilson, please.
Mm-hmm. Although you know they will not play All I Want to Do anymore in any of their songs. concerts anymore. Prince is the most talented musician of all time.
And I love that one.
Alanis Morissette. Vicki T, what about yours?
Okay, so growing up was definitely Prince, but recently, my most recent concert was Humphrey McGee's.
Who?
Their jam band.
Humphrey McGee's.
Mm-hmm.
People's taste changes over time. I used
they
to
do.
be
Yeah, they do.
huge into death metal, like Slipknot, Deftones, 6
I mean, if you
Feet
ask
Under,
a 5-year-old, they
Cannibal
would have said
Corpse.
Barney.
When I was in high school, and nowadays it's just like I can't listen to almost any of that anymore. Like if I was gonna say best band in my opinion, Tool.
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay. Tool's good.
Yep.
Brian Adams is
Tool's
fabulous in concert.
Maynard is a genius.
Well, see,
Mr. Like that, just the visuals and the symbology in their music is amazing.
Or if you can find common ground with anybody, Mr. Terrible just said Heart is great. So.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I'm picking at you, Mr. Terrible, but yeah, I really like Heart, and I like music all over different genres anyway. But
yeah, same here.
But I will say Billy Idol still stay in the 90s. Somebody else mentioned that it was Chris Mullen said Billy Idol in the 90s. He'd actually just he was even having to use a cane because he'd had a motorcycle accident and still pulled off one of the best concerts. Shelly, what about you? I know you're the music person.
Best concert was Billy Joel, Nassau Coliseum, 1998. I was sixth row center. Ooh. Yeah, that was a gift. So I was like, I can see him sweat. It was great. He did the Saigon song and he had the vets come up. I cried.
Oh, wow, that would be awesome. My God.
He had like all the old vets up there. And singer, I mean, band would be the Eagles, but a singer's still going to be Elvis. I was just raised on Elvis. I just can't let that go.
Yeah.
See, this is one of those things that I love to talk about because a lot of the quote timeless classics end quote and a lot of the hugest performers today I don't like. That's not my style. Like the Beatles. Everybody respects what the Beatles did. They're very, very popular. They developed worldwide clout, right? I don't like any.
A huge body of original work.
I don't like any of the Beatles music at all. None of it.
Really?
I don't like it.
I like it. I don't like it as much as I know a lot of, like my mother absolutely loved the Beatles.
So many people love it. Like it's super popular.
I mean, I'm not
Justin Bieber.
I'm not gonna
Taylor
off if it comes on, right? But I'm not necessarily going to.
I'm never gonna play this in my playlist.
Love the Stones.
I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't like any of it.
I met Mick Jagger.
I don't think it's that good.
Okay, I will say this too. Rag and Bones is excellent. I think he's one of those that's doesn't get as much recognition, but he is awesome. Rag and Bones is good. I will agree with that one. I have that on regular rotation all the time.
I also loved Adam Ant.
Human by him is an excellent song. Adam Ant. I haven't thought about that one in years.
Goody, goody, two shoes. Goody, two shoes. Goody, goody,
no,
right?
It is not the best rap. I do love that song.
I just love that song.
I would put it in my playlist. It is not the best rap song ever. I mean, East 1999, if you really want a Bone Thug song.
Alice Cooper was phenomenal. Yeah, there's some, and there's some that had really good albums, but when you went to go see them in concert, they weren't that great. And there are others that the albums weren't great, but then when you went to go see, some of them got a lot of commercial success, but when you heard them live, it's like, seriously? Yep. And then when some that never got the same commercial success at all, you could go to and were awesome. There's good music everywhere, but living here, you get a good variety of it. The bars downtown are every wannabe star, right?
Oh, you
bet. And there's some really good ones. Yeah, there's some really good ones. I'm very lucky I live in a city you can find any kind of music you want pretty much anywhere.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, The video is hilarious. City. Yeah, so yeah.
No, I danced on stage with George Clinton and the Funkadelics.
Nice.
Okay. George Clinton and the Funkadelics.
Yep.
You know who is actually not a horrible singer, and it will surprise you? Is Jerry Springer.
Wait, what?
What?
Mm-hmm. The talk show host. So because it was supposed to be a joke.
Is he a classically trained vocalist?
I don't know, but he opened for Billy Ray Cyrus in Nashville, and I happened to be at the college where I knew how to run a soundboard. They called me, and a friend of mine said, "Hey, the dean wants somebody to help somebody rehearse." Had no idea who it was. It was Jerry Springer, who was nothing but exceptionally nice gentleman, apologetic when he had to start over for the 5th time, but he wasn't bad at all. I mean, it's not like he needed to be a rock star or anything, but he was not a bad singer at all. He was actually pretty good.
I'm going to tell you the standard bar for being a great rock star. Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he can get really super famous singing the way he sang, and then being completely intelligible when he spoke for like 35 years,
I
guess anyone can do this. You know who else can sing? Wayne Brady.
Oh, agreed, lady.
When I saw Ozzy and Lita Ford, I guess the video has been a few years old now, where they were singing "If I Close My Eyes Forever," and he was
with Lita Ford.
Yeah, and he was so happy that he remembered all the lyrics. It kind of broke my heart because he's really been struggling with his health, right? So I was like, man, and you could tell she just melted when he said that. But Jerry Springer, not a bad singer. I mean, he's not. Don't get me wrong, he's not like hugely good, but it was supposed to be a joke. But it wasn't.
He was supposed to be bad, right?
He was supposed to be really bad, but he wasn't bad. So, and very, I'll be honest, I didn't know who he was at the time. My friend told me who he was. But
you didn't know.
And later after I watched it,
you had a job and afternoon TV was not for you.
No, and then because I was, had 2 jobs, raising a kid, going to college, but I watched the show. I was like, that's the guy that I talked to, because this does not seem like the same person that I met, because he was very humble and very unsure of himself and all of that. So definitely did not fit who he was acting. But yeah, pretty cool interaction. Blondie was the first rapper. Okay. Amy Winehouse. Yeah, that's one that would have been interesting to see where she would have gotten to.
Right.
There's a lot of them. It's interesting. It would have been interesting to see where they would have gotten to.
Here is very, very open for interpretation question.
Okay.
If you're not changing your vocal range and pitch while you're performing, are you singing or rapping? Because there are some singers who never change their tone or pitch.
Oh, the monotone? Yeah.
The monotone?
Yeah. Like if
I don't know.
Is Gwen Stefani singing or rapping? Because her range is this small.
Good question.
Yeah, but I would think she would be more like rapping, because I mean, like, holla back, girl.
Oh, that's 100%. But I mean, when she was with No Doubt, she was singing, and her range was still just as small. Like, I'm Just a Girl.
I'm going through it in my head.
It never changes. Like, she might extend some stuff out.
I honestly thought that was like the point of the song, because she was just so like devastated. It was like she was just miserable, because she sounds friggin' miserable in that song.
No Doubt. Shizzy was not. No Doubt.
Shizzy was not.
Her when she was married to Moby. Is she still married to Moby? I think she's still married to Moby.
No.
What is it? Don't Speak.
Don't Speak.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was, she was just very, very like.
Shizzy was not. If you want to come on, you've already got a link.
Emotion was depression.
So.
Who with the what?
Shizzy Wisnut already has a link. So
Shizzy Wisnut.
If you would like to join us.
My shizzy dizzy.
She married a isn't she married to what's his name?
I thought she was married to Moby.
No, she was,
No,
but now it's the guy on
I don't know her
Blake,
new
Blake,
husband.
Blake Shelton. Thank
Blake
you.
Shelton. That's it.
Blake Shelton? Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard any of that.
The long
Yeah.
black train.
I have
was
never
on,
heard any of that.
What's
I
the
don't know
song?
any of that.
Is it The Voice?
Mm-hmm.
That
It's The Voice.
she was on there with him, and I think that's how they kind of met.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because he was married to
Miranda Lambert.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
he was
that
married.
Needed another reason to write a revenge song.
He was married to somebody else when he met Miranda, so there's kind of a trend there going.
If
I sent you one. I will send you another one. Hang on.
Like when I think of great singers, especially female vocalists of my developmental generation, like Jewel is one of the ones who her songs are not good. Her vocals are great.
Well, you know she's a yodeler.
I do know she's a yodeler, and I've actually heard her yodel with her father. I followed, what is that show that they had? I can't remember the title of it, but her family got a show on like Discovery or one of those channels. They did. Alaska: The Last Frontier. And she yodeled with her father. Like she was a yodeler when she was like 8 years old.
Yeah.
And she was phenomenal.
It was the same for Dolly Parton.
Not to interrupt, but everybody say hello to Susie Wisnut.
He
has decided to join us.
Good evening.
Good evening. And he has an awesome voice, as he just demonstrated. So welcome.
Enya is definitely way better than Yanni.
What?
Mr. Terrible is trolling by saying Enya, which I believe is a group that never actually did any real vocals. And then I was putting Yanni by comparison.
No, Enya
lyrics?
was all right. Good vocals.
Enya totally did vocals. She's from Ireland.
Yeah, Alison Krauss, even if you don't like her music, she has a very unique voice.
Oh,
yep. Welcome to Shizzy Wisnut. And Shizzy has a channel as well, and he does streams. I've already listed his in the description. And feels like I just talked to you yesterday. But you know. That sounded very risque there, didn't it?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm no Enya expert because that's not also in my wheelhouse of music that I would listen to voluntarily. So I only hear it when I have to hear it because someone else is playing it.
Yeah, it's usually in a doctor's office or an elevator now. But
exactly.
But still, you know. So Shizzy, what do you have going on?
Oh, I'm just beat to hell.
How was your butt?
Did you get that butt?
Silly
we were separated at birth.
So for those who don't know, we're talking about meat that he was going to
he was smoking a pork loin.
Yeah.
No.
For those who don't know.
No,
not a loin, a butt.
It wasn't a loin.
Oh, well, I mean, it was right next to the loin.
It's also better known as a Boston butt. It's actually a shoulder, if you want to get real technical.
Oh, a shoulder.
Oh,
but they call it a
That's
Boston
not even close to the same part.
No.
But the meat was tender, juicy,
delicious.
Why don't you do commercials? I don't get it.
Because people would never remember what he said because he doesn't do the Billy Mays Pitchman. He does this beautiful radio show host at late at night voice.
He could do things for like Outback Steakhouse. Oh my God, the way he describes food.
Not Outhouse Steakhouse.
Not Outhouse. Yeah, that's the cheaper version.
That's where you go after the Outback.
That's the one in Mexico.
No, that's where you go after Taco Bell.
Yeah.
That's where you That's funny. Although I don't know, supposedly, I did watch a guy say he ate Taco Bell for a month and his health improved. So I kind of find that suspect. But
that was the
that is extremely suspect.
A little bit, yeah. But
especially been eating McDonald's all your life, well, I'm sure that it has to.
Yeah, it's an upgrade for McDonald's, right?
I mean, there we go. Like, there's got to be a underlying reason for why. Like, did you like get cancer surgery right before that and
No,
have all your
supposedly
cancer removed, then eat
he showed
Taco Bell
receipts
for
from
30
his
days?
blood pressure to blood sugar to the cholesterol, the whole thing, and then ate there for a month.
And I'm sure his arteries were nice and clogged, and he had less blood going to his brain.
I don't know.
I feel great. That's because.
But I will say that's
was he a very obese gentleman? Because I
No,
find that
nope.
Taco Bell.
He was a truck runner. So some people's
'cause I find
metabolism
that
handle things
Taco Bell
differently.
always dehydrates me to the point where I get the liquid back end. And
Trots.
Penn and Teller,
Penn
and Teller lost 80 pounds eating only mashed potatoes. Yes, he ate only potato. I don't know if it's only mashed potatoes or potatoes, but yeah, he did. Lady Scott, I was saying you're sure you never kidnapped Brittany because it was awesome. So Davini was saying it's not the same Brittany, that she looks different, sounds different, walks different, dances different. So
I mean, she's 20 years older than the old Brittany, so she's got to be in her 40s now. She was in her early 20s when she first started performing, and then she fell off for a decade and a half.
Instant karma. I worked for Taco Bell. Trust me, I don't eat their food.
There we go.
Yep.
That's not even food.
But have you ever worked somewhere that you would eat their food?
Nope.
I mean, seriously.
No.
Have you ever worked somewhere that you where was it that you would eat their food?
It was an Athens Pizza.
I lied. I worked
here in Atlanta. There was actually quite a few of them. I was a delivery driver.
Were they in Montgomery too?
No, they were just in Atlanta.
There was an Athens in Montgomery, so I stayed there for about a minute.
Yeah, their main store was in that's right up the road from Emory, and I worked at the one that was like next door to the VA, and they had several other locations, but that was just the delivery. But yeah, I would eat their pizza in a heartbeat. It was awesome.
Were they
nothing but fresh veggies?
Was it a franchise or just local owned?
It was local owned, but they did try franchising out like the delivery stuff.
Yeah,
they just.
I guess I meant like a McDonald's or a Bojangles, or you can tell them from the South.
No, not
that kind of thing.
Nope.
Yeah, not that franchised out. No.
Yeah, occasionally the whole Tennessee, partition Tennessee, really comes to the surface because we have fast food place on every corner. Lady Scott said we are all different people after 40. Yeah, no joke.
Okay, I did actually work at one huge franchise place that I would still eat at, and I do still eat at it. I only eat one thing left on their menu, but their quality standards for how low their actual quality is, they're like cleanliness and interactive stand. Little Caesars, the one right up the road from my parents' house. I'll still get their Italian cheese bread because it's delicious. But I won't eat anything else there because they do use low quality ingredients, but they do carry a very high standard of maintenance.
So
like that's a very clean place.
What's so weird about them is they were everywhere here. Then they all left, and then now they're all coming back. Kind of like 7-Eleven. All of them closed. Now they're coming back. Jack in the Box. They all closed.
I hope that happens with Roy Rogers because they all closed and they didn't come back. But now they're like old rest stops.
They probably expanded too quickly into your region and realized that like some of the places they put up markets were redlining so bad that they were dragging the green ones or potentially green ones into the red. And then they're just like, yeah, we're going to shut this whole thing down and bring it back a lot slower with a lot more market research.
But it wasn't even that long that it left and came. It was like a year. They closed every single one of them. And then they all come back. So it must have been a different franchise person, but still. The Little Caesars, we picked that up.
Do you remember the Kenny Rogers Roasters?
Yes. I remember those. We used to get the fried turkeys from them every year when I didn't want to cook because, yeah. It was funny. My husband had a discussion about a turkey, and I said something about picking up hens, and he said, "We always have a turkey." We hadn't had a turkey in 20 years. It's always been a hen.
Wow.
So it's like I didn't realize he didn't know. I didn't realize he didn't know. But
you didn't realize.
I didn't realize he didn't know because my mother's dressing recipe calls for the hens, not the turkey. So it just isn't the same, right? So I said something about picking up the hen. He's like, "We're not having turkey." I'm like, "We never have turkey." So I'm sorry, Mr. Roy Rogers joints. I don't know that they were ever here.
If you're not bathing your turkey in some sort of delicious mushroom gravy, your turkey's gonna be garbage. Ugh. Turkey itself is garbage. Like as a standalone meat, like you really got to do a lot to deal with the fact that most of that is dry as you can ever imagine. I mean, if you deep fry it in peanut oil,
then you're doing it wrong.
No,
it's a whole different thing.
I smoked.
Well, I've been doing it right for long enough.
I smoked a turkey, and that thing was the tenderest, juiciest, tender, delicious. And you have to do like the injection on it. So you do a nice injection into the breast, into the thighs, and you let it just sit there and roast. That oil, the butter will actually come boiling out of it and just soak the whole thing with this nice crispy goodness.
A deep fried turkey is amazing.
Tell me more. Ooh.
Except if you're going to deep fry turkey, don't do what my aunt did and try to
Brown round's gone. They closed about 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't deep fry turkeys inside. My aunt found that out the hard way.
Oh no, never do that inside.
Well, and you can also.
There is a reason they link turkey fryers to propane tanks to remind you to take them outside.
Well,
she overfilled the oil to start with, so when she put it in, you can imagine what happened after that. Yeah, needless to say, we went to my grandmother's sister's for Thanksgiving that day and called the fire department to take care of it.
Try your local wing joints. Places that actually will deep fry their wings, a lot of times they will have orders set up like months in advance for people doing a deep fried turkey, because it does not take them long to actually cook it, and they can deep fry that thing. And
yeah, we have a barbecues here that we get it from sometimes too.
Yeah, same here. Well, we got.
You're not that far from me. I keep forgetting. So yeah. I kissed a hen and I liked it. I never got turned on by the description of turkey before.
Everything Shizzy Wiznuts does will turn you on.
Well, just wait until February 14th.
Why February 14th?
What are you doing February 14th?
What are we doing Valentine's Day, Shizzy?
Valentine's Day. I will be reading some love stories.
Ooh. Where do I sign?
Where am I batteries?
Yep.
Yes. you can come show up, or you can just come.
Yes. I'm just gonna listen
all night.
Depends on the angle.
I'm gonna come.
I made it past the 2-hour mark. Okay, I did. I
made it
past the 3-hour mark.
You made it past the 3-hour mark.
I didn't even come in till the 1 hour and 45 minute mark because I knew.
Okay, but Darth, you did say, "Well, I'm not invited." I'm like, "Yes, you're invited." So I finally got it in. Yeah.
First of all, I hadn't been invited ahead of today. I did get invited on Cool Frogs earlier several times, but I was just playing it. I mean, I missed the first time you even said it. I saw it the second time you said it, and then I addressed it the third time you said it.
I think I was arguing with taxes with my kid the third time when you addressed it.
I also do remember that all the people you had on here. It's like, well. That's a lot of people in the first place.
What's one more? Or two more?
I mean, anything over 4 is too much.
No,
we're doing all right.
No, we're doing all right. Shizzy was not what I was saying. I had to jump off Cool Frog because I had my son in a panic. He's figured out what an adult is now, as in he ended up owing on his taxes. So Mama had to double check, and yeah, he owes money. So he's figured out that racket at this point. So
he figured out that all taxation is theft.
Yeah, he's like, this is robbing somebody, and I'm like,
oh yeah,
I know.
But here's the beauty of owing taxes. Like, a lot of people get very happy whenever it's like, oh, look how much money I'm getting back from taxes.
Yep.
That just means that you haven't set it up properly, because what you're looking for is for you to hold on to that money, gain interest off of it, instead of the IRS
absolutely
holding that money and then just paying you back whenever they feel like
and
it.
I will say this as somebody who's actually looked into some people's numbers. There are a significant number of people that if you actually go through their paycheck stubs and then you look at what the tax man from H&R Block or Jackson Hewitt got them back, the numbers don't add up. They get more back on their returns because of credits and these things than they even paid in. You made money off of paying taxes all year. Congratulations. Enjoy that, because I didn't. I had to pay in $12,000.
You're actually not making the money. If you're getting a check back from the IRS, that means you haven't been doing your taxes properly. And that money you could have been gaining interest on the whole year long.
No, these are people who literally have an employer do all their taxes for them and then just do a 1040 at the end of the year. Yeah. They've never 1099 in their life.
Oh.
What?
I've done plenty of those.
Mm-hmm. Interest.
But no, literally, if you add up everything they paid in, and you don't have to, their employer did it for you, and then you look at what they got back, it's like, whoa, you paid in 8 and got back 12. Where did that extra $4,000 come from? And I've seen it.
Well,
several kids.
My problem with places like H&R Block is if they make a mistake, all they have to do is go into their system and go, oh, look, we saw we made a mistake. We fixed it. That doesn't mean that you don't still owe the IRS money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I ended up owing the IRS, and this is whenever I was I was a little better than completely broke, not making a whole lot of money. I ended up owing them close to $1,500 in a year that had to be paid back with interest. So that took me about 3 months to pay off, and because I just wasn't making any money.
Yeah, but some people when they're younger, and again, this is a little bit of my real life business. They don't have the discipline to save it, so it's actually better off. But I was just curious about the chat. Do you like to get a refund, or do you prefer trying to save it yourself? And it looks like 75%.
Well, I'd much rather have control of my money than have the government tell me what I'm owed, because I know what I can do with my money, but most people don't have the will or interest to invest in their futures.
Yes. 80% said yes, they like to get a refund. 20% said no. So yeah, because some people, they spend it before they even get it.
Yeah. That does happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, and you know how that goes now. He's finding now that he's turning 30 himself, that mom knows a little more than he thought. So, there's a time when you know, as the parent, you know everything, right? And then there's a time when you know nothing, and then they figure out, well, okay, maybe you did know something. So yeah, but bless his heart, he's paying for the first time ever. Loans that, and he's like, and then they charge me 4% if I don't pay them all at once. I'm like, that's kind of how that works. Refund now since Amazon is online. Yeah.
Oh, you want to hear something funny about Amazon and refunds? So I know this person whose wife bought curtains for her house from some Amazon place, and she didn't like them, so she returned them. And then she actually had her husband take them to his work to send these out with you. Could you do this stuff for me? He's like, sure, because they have a mailroom there. So eventually, like the next week, they started realizing that they started getting returns at their mailroom of curtains. Everyone's curtains that would get returned started coming to my friend's work, and they called the place and they were like, your returns are accidentally coming here. Like, I sent a return, but what's happening, they never fixed it, and to this day there are just boxes and boxes of curtains and tablecloths that come to this business that
and they can't stop it.
They can't stop it.
Gosh. And they can't resell it, because the second they do, then somebody's going to be coming looking for it.
Well, the problem is their returns, so they're probably like not the best, or maybe there's a rip or a something. You can't guarantee that. I can't imagine that somebody would want to open them each up and figure out if there's any defect that you would. I don't know.
They could donate them to a school. They could use them for arts and crafts, make smocks.
Yeah,
true. That's true. Little aprons at Home Depot.
Oh yeah.
Well, keep this in mind. Like places like Brother and H. Hewlett Packard, whenever they accept those those recycled pieces of old toner cartridges, and they're like, oh yes, we're going green on that. That stuff goes into a big giant storage container, and they just sit there. That's it. That's where they put them. So whenever you're going green, and there was a big issue not too long ago where they were finding that the same trucks that were picking up your trash were picking up your recycling and putting them in the same place, and then just charging people extra for it. It's not uncommon because they don't have a place to put it.
And then they send some very low wage workers in to go and sift out the metal. Because that's the only thing they're reusing. Like, you can't reuse glass. You can't reuse plastic. I mean, you can, but it's cost prohibitive. It's cost prohibitive. It's very easy to melt down metal and make more metal stuff out of it. And you can inject paper, which I think was the second thing on the list. But like glass and plastic, cost prohibitively unrecyclable.
Cost prohibitively.
Unless you have a very, very large market available. But there's more plastic because it's petroleum based than there is a market to reuse it. That's why you always get stuff that's 40% or 20% recyclably based materials.
Because I kind of had to put some of it in there to call it that. It's like a marketing thing. At my landfill, if they catch dump truck recycling bags, they just get yelled at. There are no penalties, just a verbal reprimand. Yeah. Getting yelled at's not that bad when you get used to it.
I mean, I know people who do scrapping for a living because of where I come from. And they'll literally go pick through all the stuff you have in your recycling and get everything that's valuable enough for their time. And they'll only take the metal. And only the good metal, too. Like the copper, the aluminum.
Hey, Darth, not to interrupt you, but welcome, my friend, Scott Cardinal.
Hello, everybody. Have you ever if you had a choice to buy shoes online without ever trying them on, or glasses, which one would you go with?
Shoes.
Glasses.
Shoes.
Wait, are you trying are you saying glasses online and never trying them on?
Well, there's that cheap ass company, Warby Parker, but they're like the IKEA of glasses, and they'll send them to you, and you can send them back, but it's cheap crap. But no, there's a really great pair of sunglasses that are made in Japan. They're handmade, and I saw them a couple of weeks ago. They're incredible. They're crazy expensive, but you can buy them you can buy them online. And I just wonder how many people are actually buying them online without ever trying them on.
I would.
I would like to know one caveat to this question.
What's that?
Do you buy them with just standard lenses, or do you need prescription lenses?
Yeah, I'll get prescriptions put in them.
Then I wouldn't buy them online.
I'd buy glasses then. And then have my optometrist cut lenses to fit them prescription.
Yeah.
If they're crazy good and crazy cheap.
Once upon a time, people were probably terrified of buying clothes online without trying them on, but I just feel like the trend has changed. I mean, people buy clothes all the time, right? You guys probably buy clothes online.
I bought eyeglasses online.
I really
bought
don't.
prescription lenses online, but there's things you have to fill out. Like you have to know, how high your pupil is, like the diameter and like the length of your eye and how does your eye sit.
If you can get a good layout from your optometrist, you have all that information.
You have to measure a lot if your doctor doesn't.
I'd buy glasses 1,000 times before I would ever buy a pair of shoes online that I didn't try on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
I've bought a
You
pair
wear
of shoes
glasses?
online.
Print out the questionnaire and have your eye doctor fill it out.
Well, no, the prescription would be done locally. It's just buying the frames online.
Yeah.
I have some
definitely
Warby Parker.
glasses then.
I do have a pair of Warby Parker reading glasses.
And did they last more than a week?
Oh yeah. Well, you know me and losing glasses, right? Did they last more than a week because of the glasses or because I lost them? I lost them. But yeah.
I mean, I have a few rules in life. Never stay in a cheap hotel.
Yep.
And never buy good shoes. I mean, I don't know why anybody would buy like cheap shoes. And I don't mean like go buy some fancy schmancy shoes. I mean, shoes are important and you got to have comfortable shoes.
Comfortable, well-fitting shoes.
Yeah. And it's worth it because it's like, I used to buy blenders a lot because I make a protein shake every morning. And after a while, I'm like, I can't believe how much money I'm spending because, they're breaking constantly. Mm-hmm. And then finally I got as a gift one of those, what the hell are they called? A Vitamix, right? And I never would have bought one. Yeah. I'm too fucking cheap to spend whatever it was.
Okay, what about your toaster though?
But man, it'll last forever. Oh, the toaster's crazy. That's an awesome toaster.
Scott, have you ever tried an emulsion blender?
No, what's that?
No.
So imagine everything that you want to have mixed is on the end of a stick, and you just drop it down into a cup, and you can mix up. If you're like my wife will do yogurt, banana, and some berries, and she'll just take that thing and just mix it up.
How does she do it?
In emulsion.
How does she do it again?
It's a stuffing process. It's a stuffing
down in there. It gets down deep.
It's compression.
Ooh, that's a close pull.
That was a close pull.
That's quite a protein shake that you're describing.
That is quite the protein shake she's into.
I think there's more in there. There's different kinds of protein in there, right? The glasses I got online held up better than ones I got at the optometrist. Mm-hmm. So it's not too bad. Spell checker.
I got them online because I don't wear them, and I wasn't spending all that money at the optometrist. It wasn't going to happen.
The thing is, I hate shopping, and I'll shop as little as possible. And so I would rather spend more money and have something last than having to keep going buy stuff over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And so, when
I will tell you the one thing that I'm picky about is work shoes I have to work in all day. Mm-hmm. The other stuff I don't care, but shoes that I have to try because I travel all the time. That I travel with, that's a big deal. So I'm with you.
I was always pretty much a Chuck Taylor's kind of guy for the longest time.
Those are awful.
I will make a comment on glasses.
He was a musician. Hello.
And somebody was just like, "Oh, you should try out these kind of shoes or whatever." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." On Cloud, I got some On Clouds, and man, those things are comfortable. So comfortable. They're worth every single penny.
So, Darth, what were you saying about glasses?
I'm actually just commenting on what Bronca Subs just said. I'm very rough on equipment. I tend to break frames before I ever wear out lenses. But if you can't get your frames back on order again, like you have to restart from the beginning, America's Best is actually really good.
Do they all close delivering here? Yeah, we don't have them here.
Well, we do have them here. I get 4 pairs a year. I get 2 pairs of sunglasses because I work outside and I'm very rough on equipment.
Yeah.
And I get 2 pairs of like actual glasses. I pay about $600 for 4 pairs. So that's about $150 a pair.
That's not bad.
I've never been dissatisfied with the quality. I will change locations the moment I start becoming so. And I've been at the same location for many years.
Okay, I won't mention
It's
how much
worth
the
it.
glasses are then that I'm looking at.
No, I
Okay.
really want to know how much the
I do.
Japanese ones or whatever.
$1,525.
See, you're
Nice.
getting
Now,
ripped off already.
how does the refund policy look? Like, if you really get them and you're like, oh, okay, I
Well, I tried
can't.
them on. They're awesome. There's only 500 made in the world.
Hmm.
Limited edition.
Oh, wow.
Yes. That's
So this is some like
well, it's Matsudo.
high-end nonsense.
Yeah, well, no, it's Japanese. It's Matsudo. They're like steampunkish. I mean, they're handmade metal. Here, I'll read this to you. A new limited edition sunglass that pedestals our unrivaled craftsmanship and spirit of forward-thinking design. A modern-day interpretation of the iconic.
This sounds like you don't need glasses.
I actually don't. They're just like far away with driving.
Okay,
It's the only time I
so
would wear them.
I
It's
mean,
pretty cool,
I
though.
literally need mine to see.
Yeah.
I
2 feet
have,
in front of me.
And now Scott will have that pair of glasses forever. Is the
Yes,
difference?
that is true.
He won't
I will
break
die
them.
with these.
He will
Mhm.
die with them. He will keep them for. I mean, he
Yeah.
really. You know,
That's
one of,
nice.
If you
I would
divide
lose
the
them
number
an
of
hour
years
later,
left in my life
right?
by 1,500, it's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Well,
Like luggage.
do it.
Well, as a kid, I had the Buddy Holly glasses.
Ooh.
Oh.
So the
Oh.
big black
Yeah.
horn rimmed glasses. And,
Oh, birth control glasses.
That's what they.
Oh,
That's what
and they also
that's what
gave
John
those
Lennon
to me
had
when I
because
went in
that's
the
all that
military.
they would.
and they're a fashion statement
I don't think
today.
everybody heard you say that, Shelley. Or was it Vicki that said that? I can't tell.
That was me.
Okay, I thought
was Vicki.
it's either Shelley or Vicki that just said that. 'cause I
No,
know
she
when
said, and
Virginia
I
used
said,
to-
"Oh Jesus!"
So I broke every pair of glasses I had for the first, I don't know, 15, 20 years of my life. And then, first 20 years of my life that I had glasses. And then I just said, you know what? I am not wearing glasses ever again. I went and got my eyes lasered.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't.
What did that feel like?
I would
It's like little
love
pricky
to get
type
that
things,
done.
right? I mean, this is cool. Let's
It
talk about
was,
that.
it
That's cool.
was,
I mean, do you see the laser coming at you? It's like Flash Gordon. Do you feel
No,
like
no,
a
you
James
actually-
Bond villain?
everything goes
strapped down?
black. Everything goes black.
I have
Hey,
a
Nurse Dan,
very
thank you for
serious
joining.
question to ask you, Shizzy.
Hey, nurse.
When did you get your eyes
Hey, Nurse.
lasered?
23 years ago.
And
Wow.
they're still holding up today.
No.
Okay, so see, this is the issue I have. I'm
But
I'm
there's
not
still,
laughing because your eyes are
but
not
you
holding
also
up. I
have
was
to
laughing at the way
understand
you
I
said
had
it.
really thick lenses,
mhm.
and in comparison, the only thing that I would need are glasses to see like far distances.
Right. And that's me. I'm single vision as well, and I'm also nearsighted, so I can't see down scope. But they told me when I wanted to get laser surgery that we can't guarantee the efficacy of this after 10 years, and your vision will probably start deteriorating faster. And I was like, well, in that case, I guess I'll wait until it's actually a problem for me to find my glasses before I get that laser surgery.
That's just making
Or
it worse.
hopefully you'll make it better by
tell
then.
you, I will tell you that I never turned back once I did it.
Mhm.
And I would recommend, if anybody is thinking about it, go talk to your eye doctor, because well, don't talk to your eye doctor. Go talk to someone that actually does the laser surgery.
Yeah, go talk to
because when I went back in to have him do a touch up on it, it was just like, I'm not quite seeing distances like I was. And the doctor said, why don't you just try wearing some glasses? See if you still want to have this done. Because it's not bad. I mean, my distance vision is.
Some people have incredibly bad vision, right?
Right.
And I mean, some people can't see 3 feet in front of them without their
Hi,
glasses on.
that's me.
And I'm waiting for a video you know, this trending thing going on right now with women afraid that guys are staring at them in the gym. And I'm just waiting for some woman to go over to some guy and say, why the hell are you staring at me? What are you doing? And for him to say, honey, I can't see 2 feet in front of me. What the hell are you talking about?
I know, yeah.
Because you know that's
Jessica,
happening.
thank you for becoming a new YouTube member.
Hi, awesome. Jess.
Hey,
Jess, you're welcome to come in as well. Yeah, my youngest couldn't see, but he kept passing the eyeglasses because he was afraid of not doing something right. So he would go memorize the eye chart. So he would go up to it and memorize what it was. So he could pass the eye chart with no problem, but still having trouble with like seeing the board. And finally, one day at the doctor's office, I figured out what he was doing. He'd go over to the eye chart, memorize it, and then when they'd say, "What is that?" he knew where they were. I'm like, "Honey, it's not. It's not a test.
Not a test. Not that
not
kind
a
of test.
I mean, it is a test, but it's not.
Not that kind of
not
test.
that
You're
kind
not
of
getting
test.
a grade.
Yeah, he's like, "Well,
Exactly.
you're not supposed to fail a test." I'm like, "Yeah, but no." So he couldn't see license plates. It was that bad. But they kept telling me he didn't need glasses, but it was because he always memorized the eye charts, which is hilarious.
I talked my wife into it. She was nearsighted also. Whenever I met her, she was wearing glasses, and I told her, I was like, "Yeah,
Jessica, thank you for the gift membership." She gave, I think it's 10 memberships. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, Jessica, you're welcome anytime. You know that.
You guys are great.
Yeah, it's been great. Scott, your toaster is still working. The
Jessica, I didn't want to be here either.
Yeah, Darth.
I did want to be here, and then
that's how I did my coffee pot. I got a really nice.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to comment on, but
what kind of coffee pot?
I couldn't tell you. I know it was really expensive though, but
Buns?
No, God no. It wasn't a bun. It wasn't a Mr. Coffee. I couldn't tell you
the Krups.
Krups? It's a good coffee pot.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's lasted 18 years now, and it just comes out hot, toasty.
Oh, well, just sit back and listen. Then it's all good.
Yeah. No, Scott wanted to get an American-made toaster, so it took a little bit of time to find.
I couldn't find one made in America. I had to buy one made in England. They're handmade, incredible.
Isn't that crazy? That he couldn't find one at all.
They're all made in China. They're all made in China.
A toaster is way too low tech for American manufacturing companies to even waste their time on.
Not this toaster that he has. It's not what I would call low tech.
It's a super duper toaster.
It's a super duper toaster. I'm surprised it doesn't go by the bread. It's that cool of a toaster. So
I'm gonna send you a link to these glasses.
Hook your toaster up to your Bluetooth and it'll automatically refill your bread for you.
Did you ever see the movie Terminator?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Linda Hamilton is the one who actually made these glasses kind of famous because I'll show you. They've been making them since 1989. And so you could click on that link and you could see them.
Those are amazing. Oh, those are lovely.
Are you opening them, Tish?
Well, yeah.
Can you see them? How do you see them?
Wow.
Click on the link. Well, Tish will pull them up.
Yeah.
But if you type up Linda Hamilton 2809, those are the glasses that she was wearing.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. I mean, they're really, and the side,
they're nice.
They clip off.
Those are lovely.
So those
really?
So it's kind of like for driving, right? And so you'll have dirt or whatever's going on, and so you could snap them off.
She wore those in T2, right?
I wore
driving a motorcycle.
I wore something similar to that when I was welding.
That's what I get from that. Is I'm gonna put these on and drive a motorcycle.
Yeah, and they look very futuristic.
They're titanium.
Are you kidding? A sports
and
car.
They're so incredibly well made. You get glasses and they're kind of flimsy and they kind of bounce around.
Yeah.
And this isn't like that. I mean, this is incredible.
Well, and as much as you travel too, you've got to have
really a work of art.
I wonder if you sign up the mailing list if they'll send you 10% off or something.
If I do what?
Sign up for the mailing list. They'll send you a coupon or something.
Yeah, that's not happening.
It's worth a shot, or
I'll promote it on my YouTube channel.
Or you'll promote them
off.
here. No. I've got the answer. You promote it on your YouTube channel for your first non-faceless live.
Well, that's the plan.
And you get them to comp it. See, that would be perfect.
Well, this is a company that's selling 500 glasses for $1,500, so they're making $750,000 off of these. They take, I think, 2 years or something to make.
Oh, good Lord.
A lot of their glasses are just 500. They make 500. So when you go to a store, it's not like when they say this is our last one, they're not just pulling some salesy thing on you. It's like, no, that's their last one. And you can't say, okay, well, I'll just come back in a few weeks when you get more in. Because they'll be like, no, that's not happening. We got 10.
No more.
Yeah.
Wow.
As a person of reasonable discretion, I will say, if this is the 500th Ferrari and I was in the market to buy one, there's a case to be made for buying that 1 of 500 edition thing that's super special to you. But just because you say something is limited edition doesn't mean you should spend X. There are people that will always be that discretional that's like, I'll buy this limited edition thing so I can be the cool kid.
Yeah, no. The reason
you're not that cool for it.
The reason there's 500 is because they're handmade.
Handmade, yeah.
And how
like Rolls Royce.
That's the thing. It's like, you're not buying the 500 because I was like, oh, I'm one of the people that have the 500. It's like, no, that's how many they freaking made, because they can't just make these forever. It's not like it's made in a factory, in China.
So I asked a poll and I said, well, if you pay $1,500 for sunglasses, if they would last forever, 17% says yes, 83% said no.
Did you already end it?
Yeah, I just did.
I was going to say, I saw you put the poll up. I was like, hurry up and vote. She literally ends them after 5 votes.
I literally missed the whole poll.
Everyone, the first one, there was 5 votes. The second one, there was like, I think 12, maybe 17 votes. I was like, all right, she's left it up.
I haven't looked back at the YouTube side since I got here.
And I will say, Instant Karma, your taste change often. I mean, some people tend to stick with the same things.
I was just going to say, how many of you who wear glasses really change the style? How often? Because people get very comfortable with it.
I do frequently.
Do you really?
Frequently.
Not my sunglasses. It goes well for my face, and I stick with it.
This is me. I would lose
my
them.
face does age, and certain styles fit better on it than other styles. And it's not really a matter of... It's really a lot, mostly comfort, but also I do like to change my style up from time to time.
Yeah, see, not with glass, but again, I have to buy duplicates of everything because they're at home, they're at work, they're in the car, they're in I have an office in 3 other states, so I've got glasses there too. So it's like I will lose them everywhere. So I really don't. The shape of mine, I changed the color. Yeah, at Nurse M, I could see that. Had my frames for 10 years. Wow. That's I bow down to you because I don't think I can hold on to them for 10 minutes some days. Wireframes suit me. I'm happy with that. Lose everything. Yeah, and it's bad because I go between 4 different Tennessee, North and South Carolina and Virginia, and I have offices in all 4 locations. So half the time I lose something, it's in the other state. Yeah, I'll be there in 4 weeks, but it doesn't matter. So yeah, but Scott, you think you're gonna get them?
He wants them.
No, I'm too cheap. I'd have to do a GoFundMe. I can't bring myself to that.
I bet people would take a look at the picture and not send money. They'd be like, no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing that to Scott.
Yeah.
I mean, they look kind of cool. All right, guys.
They look cool, but they look like an occasion thing.
They're pretty cool, though.
They're pretty steampunkish.
Have you actually seen them in person?
I've worn them. I put them on.
Oh, you've worn them.
You worn them.
Are they light?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
I went to Bergdorf's once, and then I went back the next day, and I'm like, because I don't like to make an impulsive decision. I'm like, all right. And he's like, well, it's our last one. I said, look, I'll be back tomorrow.
That doesn't sound like a sales pitch at all. It's
It'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, and I came back the next day, and they were still there. But I don't know. It's a tough decision buying something like.
They used to tell us to tell customers that when I sold Kirby vacuum cleaners for half a second. It's the last, and my last name was Kirby, which just was ironic as I'll get out, right? But we'd always assume it's the same one. True story. I lost my iPad in my house, could not find it for days. Then a mod sent me a message on Instagram. I told her to keep messaging me so I can find iPad at work. Yeah, I need those little tags on things. There's another membership. Cool.
I've been saying this for the longest time, and I'm gonna probably regret saying it right now. There should be a page button on your phone for where your keys are, and a page button on your keys for where your phone is.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could just have those two buttons linked together so that you could always find your phone if you have your keys, and you could always find your keys when you have your phone.
Sometimes I lose my keys and my phone when they're in my hand. So I don't know that would fix that exactly.
Well, I mean, you'd literally push one button to find the other, and you'd be like, "Oh wait, here's both of them."
Yeah, well.
So here's another question, Tish. Can you click on that link? How many, if you forget about the idea of wearing baseball caps, right, or whatever hat you wear for the winter time, how many of you and how many people in the chat have the, I don't know, what's the right word, the confidence to wear a really cool hat? Right, something that that you would see. I mean, click on that.
I mean, you would have to define the term "really cool" in a really cool way.
Well,
that
Tish
would
will click on this link. This is a company. They're in France, and they make rays.
I don't think any of these hats that I see so far are actually cool at all. I would never wear them.
Okay, so
I like the golfer's cap.
I would beat up. I would probably beat up people long time ago.
So if you look, you could probably find a casket.
I love all of these. I would wear all of
hat
them.
that you like, Darth.
Not yet. Not yet. Okay, I do now. I do now.
Which one do you like?
I do like two of these. The top two on the left. Oh no, you scroll back. The beanie, the blue and white beanie, and the Stitch Fit ball cap. Yes, I like both of those. I would wear both of those. I'd wear the fedora on the bottom, on the right too. That's not a fedora.
Okay, so ladies,
it's similar.
Ladies, if you saw a man wearing kind of an unusual hat, because like Johnny Depp wears all kinds of cool hats, right? He wears fedoras and all sorts of things.
Johnny Depp.
There's a lot of cool hats here.
But Johnny Depp, I mean, some people can pull off hats, and Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Johnny Depp wears scarves and lots of rings and opens up his shirt, and nobody says anything because it's like, oh, you're Johnny Depp.
He's got an image that makes the stuff he wears culturally cool. Because he's culturally cool.
This hat looks like a puppet before you click on it.
Yeah, I mean, like
it does. Look, it looks like it's a hand puppet until you actually click on the hat.
And it looks like the lobster claw from
it does.
The Muppets.
Yeah, or here's another
puppet. It's very different what you see in the advertisement versus how it looks on you.
True.
It's cool.
This is true. I love
you wear it and you decide it's not cool for you.
Okay, are there ladies' hats in here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so what'd you think of those? Tish,
that's the one.
Beautiful.
That's the one I was talking about. One of them looked like it was a sock puppet.
Hold up, I really do have.
I like the fedoras and the golfers.
The
yeah, this one, Scott. It looks like it's a
exactly.
It looks like a lobster.
Allegra actually, and I have something to agree on in the chat. The man makes the clothes. The clothes don't make the man.
They help.
It helps.
They help a lot.
It does help a lot.
The clothes do help out quite a bit.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point entirely. You're missing the point entirely. Wait a minute. Shut up. Gone. I'm going to talk over everybody until I get to say this.
Okay, say it.
There are certain styles that fit certain people correctly. The clothes do not make that person look better. That person makes those clothes catch eyes more frequently because they're your style. They work for you. You wear them correctly. Like, I could wear someone else's style and it could be the hottest style of the day. If it's not for me, I'm not going to wear it right. It has to be the style that fits me.
A lot of people don't know what their style is. It's a lot of confidence to put on a hat, and a lot of people think, "My God, I look ridiculous." But once you start wearing it and you get used to it, it becomes.
It's a confidence level thing. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, if you're comfortable and confident in the style you're rocking, that's your style, boo.
Change my
rock it.
I don't know. I'm not a hat head, so I can't.
I don't like winter hats. I don't like the hat hair.
So, Wolfkinder said this was something I want to go back and stop and check. Why did men stop wearing hats?
Why'd they stop wearing suits all the time?
Yeah, same thing.
They got
every girl's crazy about a sharp dressed man.
Yes.
Well, people have gotten more casual over time.
Shelley.
The late 60s and the 70s, people became more casual. The 80s was a fun time for fashion. And you had people dressing up in all sorts of cool ways, like, superstars.
Shoulder pads and neon colors.
Oh, look at Divinity Set in a cute hat.
And then,
I lived through the 80s, so yeah.
And then grunge came along, and it was torn jeans and t-shirts.
I've always loved the picture of you in that hat, Div. For real.
And for a while, there was a very brief period of time where people were learning how to dance again, and they were doing like jazz, and it was pretty cool. And it didn't last for some reason. But also, think about checking it in, because if you go to a restaurant, right, go to Cheesecake Factory, wherever the hell you go, and it's like, imagine if every man showed up with a hat. There's no hat check anymore.
No.
And it's like, do you put it on your table?
True.
Do you put it on the chair? What do you do with your hat?
Well, if they wear hats, they need to hire one. So you're creating employment.
Creating jobs for people.
So I think that's the tough thing right now, is that where would somebody put their hat? And we're talking about a quality hat. Back then, it's like, look, this is your hat. It's like buying luggage. It's a damn good hat.
Back then, that was a whole business, haberdasheries. That's what they had. Men had their own stores. You went, you got your ties, you got your suspenders, you got like everything, and everything was fitted.
I'm going to spoil this for all of you. I have a 10-gallon Stetson fitted to my head that nobody here will ever see me wear.
Why? Why do you have it if no one's going to see you wear it?
I said nobody here. You don't get to see it.
Aw. I asked the chat, do you like to wear hats? 92% says yes.
How many people voted?
13.
Divinity, do you still have that hat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have a whole bunch of hats?
Yeah, I love hats.
Cool.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I love all the types.
Hats are cute.
It's
guys,
it's addicting. It's like, oh, look at that cool hat, and then all of a sudden you're buying a whole bunch of hats.
No.
You've been trying for 10 minutes.
Are you trying to leave, Tish?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wind this down. I've got dogs that are begging to be fed, but let's kind of go around. Scott, what do you've got news coming up? I know. So what do you have coming up?
Can't say.
Okay, there's part of it you can say though. Part of it's not a secret.
Well, I mean, I'm the only one I think who's formally announced that I'll be going to the Baldwin trial, and I'm going to be heading to New Mexico actually in about 10 days, I think, the 14th or 15th, to just kind of get a lay of the land and start doing stuff. So
God, I want to ask so many questions about that first statement he just made.
About what?
They're actually going to trial, the Baldwin?
It's supposed to happen it's supposed to get started in May.
Yeah.
And I'm being very careful to be neutral. So I'm not going to go on any shows that are bad-mouthing Baldwin or anything. Because it's like, look, Johnny Depp was abused in the news like crazy before it all happened.
I'm super curious about how this all happened. So, because this seems like someone's got some level of negligence.
Yeah, we shall see. But then I'm going to head down to Miami.
Although it's kind of like when you go on a cruise and they tell you that you have to pay attention, or you're on a flight and they tell you to pay attention to you don't pay attention.
So when are you going down to Miami, Scott?
I mean, I don't, right? You think
gonna go
the
to
plane's
Miami
not going to
next
really
week.
crash, so why would I pay attention to you?
I'm going to go to a place in Miami called Coral Castle. Has anybody ever heard of it?
You're going to Coral Castle?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so exciting.
I have heard of
it. Yeah, I've been there a couple of times. I think the last time was, I don't know, maybe 15 something years ago, but I also went when I was 19. But it's really impressive. This one dude, he pretty much figured out how the pyramids were built. I mean, how they were able to move these monstrous pieces, because he used coral and many tons all by himself with nobody helping him, and it couldn't have been pulleys. And so they think that he used
moved
reverse
40-ton pieces of coral across miles and miles of sand.
Last night, when you said you were looking for things to look at in like the U.S. and New Mexico and different, that's the thing that I thought of. I was like,
really? Wow, that's funny.
Yeah, but I didn't know what it's called. I would have never guessed it was called the Coral Castle.
Yeah, Instant Karma asks who's going to stream the trial. I'm sure that there will be no shortage of channels that will stream it.
Yeah, I'm chatting with Anjanette right now. We met at the Depp trial, and she'll be down there. I think she's in South Carolina now.
Yeah,
she's with that Law and Crime Network, so I guess them, but probably a bunch of people.
Probably
if they allow it, which but we shall see.
You don't know. Yeah, not everybody's doing that yet. Divinity, what you got coming up? I know that you're gonna the dreams. I definitely will volunteer to be a guinea pig for any of those that you want to try.
So tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow afternoon I'll be with Cool Frog for a couple hours talking about those dreams. But the bigger show, the paranormal show that encompasses all of that, the intuition, the premonitions. I mean, we're not gonna be able to cover everything, but it'll be deja vu and like that type of paranormal stuff. It's gonna be on the 13th on my channel, so it'll be my second real, like, actual live that I'm gonna do with the expert.
That'll be so cool.
That will be fun.
Yeah, looking forward to starting a little bit of a series there.
Yeah, because all that stuff fascinates me. But like I said, I'll be your guinea pig for the dreams.
I love you guys for that. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'll wear the rubber band or kind of whatever.
Yeah, totally. Nice.
So, Darth Hideous, what you got coming up?
I woke up last Friday to a great philosopher quote stream that I really wanted to talk about. I really want to focus in more on specific philosophers and their quotes so that I'm not just doing random general. Like, I might still do the random general live stream, but I actually want to focus down in on certain philosophers and what their thoughts are and how they came to be. So that's what I really want to pursue coming up soon. And all these different philosophers, like, there's great collections of their works. That's what I want to talk about.
That'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. Shizzy Wisnut, what about you? What you got?
Well, I'm just going to keep inviting Divinity on my show so she can chew my ass out on a regular basis.
Okay, no.
There will be a day you grow to regret that. I'm just going to tell you.
It was glorious. I actually learned quite a bit, which was, this is why we do some of this stuff. Is you get to learn some things that you didn't know, and Divinity was very enlightening on a lot of that.
Okay, but can I say this? A lot of people, I was on that stream last night, and a lot of people, Divinity had an opposite opinion and was saying, hey, asking why you felt the way you did. A lot of people would have got defensive, and that would not have been a great conversation, but it was an awesome conversation, which is huge kudos to you.
Well, Shizzy's not very masculine, so he can go ahead and submit to a woman.
Not a bit.
I don't think
masculine enough that he wasn't.
Darth, I don't think anybody listening right now would believe that at all.
I'm so not masculine.
I do. So
he has a giant tool bag. He told us that also.
Exactly. Yeah. No, so on Valentine's Day, I will be doing some reading of love stories.
Mr. Terrible, I'm with you.
Yeah, Mr. Terrible was having fun teasing me today. He was just like, how did it feel getting your ass handed to you by Divinity? I was like, or what was it, getting tongue lashed by Divinity? I said, well, it was Divinity's tongue.
Getting Divinity's tongue is what he said.
Saying.
If you're going to get tongue lashed by somebody, right?
Might as well be.
I mean, Divinity is the first one I would pick, but
we know.
I'm also a masochist, so.
So
bring the pain.
Vicki, whose channel are you going to be on next? Is the question.
That's a good question. Who's inviting me on next?
You are all actually. You will probably love who I've got next week, which I'll talk to you about it in just a minute. But yeah, I was like, you just need to go ahead and start one. Like Cool Frog and Scott told me, just start it because you're already there. Yeah. So yeah, you'll like the guest. So Shelly, what you got coming up?
Nothing much. Just me doing what I do. I pick a topic, I talk about it, and then I help whoever comments and, just give them a place to come back to.
Yeah, Shelly doing what she does is awesome. Next week, I'm going to have a young lady that has a channel on YouTube called Grandma's House. While that sounds really innocent, the conversation's probably not going to be that innocent. So,
why you said young lady called Grandma's House?
Called Grandma's House. She has a YouTube channel. I think it'll be a lot of fun. This is obviously a deviation from kind of normal for me, but I've really enjoyed this. I am thrilled to have these panel members on. Divinity, Vicki, Shelly, Darth, all that goes up saying. My new friend Shizzy Wisn't who I just met, and of course Scott, my brother. Enjoy all of you. If you guys will hang on, thank you so much. Mr. Terrible is fun. Yes, I will agree. He's fun.
Thank you so much for asking me.
And yes, absolutely. You guys have an open invitation anytime. Hopefully, Justin
chat is awesome. Oh,
yeah, chat's great.
So
I want to thank the mods.
That is king
because they've had a lot of different kind of content and new stuff today. So
thanks, mods.
Thank you, Ella Grenade.
Everybody make sure to reach down there and hit that like button.
Yes, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Got a lot of new stuff coming up. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. You take care of each other and be safe. Thanks, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.